Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, the Chaucer, Fulio, Falsers, Eagledub, Broad Metalluck 2, Foji, Metawrecker. Let's see. Boy, this is my first time speaking this morning, and I didn't realize how my voice would be. Oh my goodness. Slurgy's starting the year sultry. Althara 6, Tech Fiend, Sedaz, Sikrels, Eldazare, Fulio. Thank you all for the gift subs and subscriptions as we're getting this stream started. Very much appreciated. Eldazare, Not Delusional, Tech Fiend, Broad Metalluck 2, Fulio. Very much appreciated. DJ Voice, yeah, hopefully this'll... Oh my, I hope it doesn't become a problem. But I'm about to start the queue for... the Hardened Hobos. Hey, and it's working. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'll give people just a hot minute. Unfortunately, the Reforged vagrants are no more. The first casualty was Cruiser Complex with a somewhat too aggressive of a fight against a noble caravan at level 6. Everyone knows you don't do that fight at level 6. You just wait till level 7. You get nimble. You get Battleforged, you get whatever. You get some better defensive tools. That's the same as vanilla. That was just a mistake. The real Kirby, of course, then perished just yesterday. 2 days ago? Wait a minute. 2 days ago. 2 days ago. And that was unfortunate. Shouldn't have happened. Probably just shouldn't have done that fight against a Swordmaster, but it is what it is. I'll give people 1 or 2 moments here to get in the queue. How exactly early is it there? It seems like it's still dark. Well, it is still dark because, well, it's winter. It's 7 a.m. here. So, not... I mean, I am normally awake now. I'll put it that way. Not only have I been an early riser since I was a child, I would wake up in the middle of the night to play my Nintendo. Like, I'd wake up early in the morning, excited to play video games. Ever since I was a wee, teeny tiny lad, I had hair and everything. But yeah, these days, even if I were to change my habits to start sleeping in, I'm always the one to wake up and feed the dogs and all that kind of stuff. So the dogs would make sure to let me know anyway. They'd be like, hey, Dad, it's morning. So I wake up, feed them, let them outside. They come back in and full of food, their bladder's emptied. They snuggle back onto the bed with my wife, who usually sleeps in. So the real kids stayed up to the light to play Nintendo. Yeah, I never could do that. I was always the early riser to do so. But yeah, as Metawrecker points out, I underestimated the AI move to protect the cart/donkey, a good learning experience. I think that first run, honestly, there were a lot of lessons learned. To highlight the big ones. Ooh, a hype chest. Whoa. Fancy. Thank you all so much for the subscriptions. Very much appreciated. But yeah, I think some of the standout lessons learned are, 1, now that ranged AI target selection has been properly implemented, I see how it works. I think I understand the way the units are choosing their target, and I think we can play around that in a way that will be, it will inform the way we build our company. So that's a big one. The other one is, of course, as Metawrecker points out, similar, I guess, to vanilla, enemy AI when the caravan or donkey is involved is just a little different. They're pretty serious about defending their caravan. And I know that. But sometimes you have to learn that lesson a few times for it to stick. So that's something that we're going to be, that's going to be back of mind. That one's actually going to, that's, when the stakes are high, it sticks a little bit better. And otherwise, I think just like some of the lessons are just not so specific, but thinking about how the company moved, how the company acted. I think I like the strategy of still building Phalanx Frontline. It is unlikely that we're able to build as many bros that are Hammer Bros in this run, so the number of times I say full force will probably be reduced, but we'll see. Oh yeah, this is Hardened version 1.7, so I did update to the latest version of all the things. There is a laundry list of changes. Let's see, are there any like super noteworthy ones? Not that are coming to mind. There's lots of little changes. Some of the perks are changed and a few things. You know, I guess probably the biggest one that will affect us most likely is in the last run, we were able to get heavy armors in a pretty early timeline from nomad camps, from the executioners specifically. I think Darkso reworked the spawn tables so that there were fewer spawns where there would be executioners alongside a small number of support units. So what I think is going to happen is we're going to struggle a little bit more to get those heavy armors as early as we did last time. That's probably a good change. I think we got them too early. And it'll be interesting to have to protect our like forged brothers without the armors yet as part of the company's progress. So anyway, without further ado, I say we get this party started. The Hardened Hobos will get cracking. Oh yeah, that's probably the other major change MetaWrecker points out here. The -% bow armor pen. So bows will do 5% less armor penetrating damage. Now that might seem like a small number, but I think it's a pretty substantial change. I'm probably still just gonna build bowmen with bullseye, and I think the company actually would have been stronger with more ranged units. And so I'm hoping we get that, but we'll see. Do we start with permanent destruction? You know, I never do. Whatever, let's turn it on. Let's turn it on. Let's, you know, chaos. Whatever. And let's see, what's a good flag? Any Boobas? That's true. Boobas is good. Have we ran with Boobas in a while? Probably haven't. 9 ranged units, 3 Phalanx frontliners, what could go wrong? Hey, here's the deal. Those two numbers are not mutually exclusive. And we'll see. We'll see what the company looks like. You could still have a Phalanx frontliner, because throwing axes exist. New hand banner? Yeah, the new hand banner. The bloody hand or whatever. What's that guy's name? It's a streamer. He showed up here a couple times. He's a German streamer that I think is like, got to interview the devs and stuff. There's an interview in German. I can't understand a single word. Hand of Blood, there it is. Now let's go with the booba. Let's go with the booba. It's been a hot minute. And of course we go on all the hardest settings, and let's get cracking. I already updated our last event counter before the stream started. 0. Alright, so before I assign anyone, we're going to take a quick peek. The same principle as last time applies. If the team looks like total garbage, I'm just going to re-roll. Now previously there was like a... and also, if the team is too strong, here's how I'm going to... Here's my sort of arbitrary rules for that. If I end up with more than 2 tech... or more than 1 tactician... or more than 1 bro with leadership, I think that's an outlier, and those perk groups are too strong. I'm gonna re-roll because we're too strong. On the other end, previously I was looking for like a specific perk group combination. I'm gonna be a little less strict with that, but what I am gonna look for is at least like a balanced squad. I want to at least have like 3-ish bros with range skill. I want to make sure, you know, it'll be a little more hand wavy, but I want to at least have like the roles filled. I'll put it that way. So we'll just take a quick peek before I decide if we're going to keep this squad or not. Interesting. Actually, let's look at that again. Okay. Dastard. Another Dastard. Lost Guardian. Happy New Year. Okay. Actually, honestly, I hate playing with Dastards. And I would keep the Dastards if we had a bro with Determined and, Exude Confidence, because we can just negate Dastard. I've gotten tired of playing with Dastards. I've gotten tired of that. That's the one thing that, like, I don't even think that squad was that bad, honestly. They weren't that bad, but it's fine. Again, I don't want to stay here and reroll. I want to more or less take what I'm given. All right, we'll take a quick peek. I'm probably just gonna reroll this one because again, I just kind of don't want to play with the Dastards. It's a real buzzkill. It really like, it's an obnoxious. See, and we actually have a bro with leadership, but I almost kind of don't want to play with the Dastards. No, again, I'm not gonna stay here and reroll, but the Dastard trait is not that common. It really isn't. Not to appear multiple times on a single squad. Like, took a hot minute to load. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Nice Shepherd start, extra Ray. Yeah, the problem with, see now this one, I'm gonna reroll because it's too strong. Which I know sounds ridiculous, but like, this perk group is too good. Wow, seriously, there are 3 bros with leadership here. This feels unfair in that it's too good. This particular perk, Inspiring Presence, is honestly too strong. It's way too strong. And I don't want to play with 3 bros with leadership, which is too bad, because actually I think this is an interesting crew for other reasons that I will get into. But like, that one's too good. Seriously. So, wow. All right. All right. Hopefully this one we just keep. I don't want to sit here and do this. But I will if I have to. It's tough to be average in these lands, right? That's what I'm saying. But at this one, so if we get, oh no, he doesn't have a, never mind. Whoa. Whoa. Huh, okay. This is my game and I'll get a good start if I want to. Yeah, I want to get like an interesting start. That's the most important part here. 2 tacticians. That's 3 tacticians. Whoa! For these to be somewhat rare, all right. That's crazy. 3 tacticians? I also think that's too strong. Okay, all right, all right. I just want like an average crew. I just want an average crew. 2x leadership is still okay? Nah, I don't know. I think even 2 is too much. I want to limit it to just one of each. That's right, Slurchy Lock's over here looking for a crew that's just right. Just don't pick them? I guess I could. Oh, also I think my game just crashed. My game definitely just crashed. Okay. Does Dark Soul want this log? I'm gonna guess so. My suspicion is, because he reworked the way the seeds are generated, that log probably was unable to generate the seed. Yes, he do? Okay. And hopefully you can get from the VOD, which actually it's probably in the log. I was gonna say like what seed specifically was being generated. Okay. Well, let's start over. The game's getting angry at Slurgy's rerolls, right? Okay. So I gotta re-enter the info. The Hardened Hobos. Let's go back to our Booba flag. Okay. Re-enter our conditions. Okay. All right. Hopefully we get a properly balanced squad here. That's what we're hoping for. That's all I really want. Nothing too strong, nothing too weak. Ooh. That one has almost no bros with the Swift Strikes group. I at least want like a few, I want like at least a little bit of a balance here. This is a little absurd. Oh my goodness, what is this guy? Huh. Oh my. Nope. Don't know. Alright, we can roll with this. I think we can roll with this one. No, this one's okay. This one's okay. We've got just one bro with leadership. I think playing around like one bro with leadership is totally fine. That one I think I'm okay with. That one I'm okay with. Alright. This is the squad. Yeah, there's some interesting... I think this will be an interesting squad to build. What's the broken bone? The broken bone is fragile. So this bro will be fragile. But that's okay. We can make fragile work. Trust the process. Okay. Up first we have the Chaucer. And next, Fulio. Mystic Nemo. Eagledub. Antiwian. Tech Fiend. Broad Metal Look 2. Falsers. Foji. Circles. Eldazare. And last but not least, curse word. Okay. All right. Pull to see how long the setup's going to take? Go for it. I mean, I could. It'll take a while. All right, let's strip everyone down to their skivvies. And before I do anything, we're just going to roughly shove them into like little groups where I'm just going to visually, you know, move them in different parts of the screen, and we'll talk a little bit about what I'm thinking for each bro. And then we'll like slowly narrow down on a company strategy from that point. Okay. The Chaucer here, fascinating, brother. So Man of Steel was reworked in Hardened patch 1.7. It is, the way it used to work was essentially the armor penetration that you would take was reduced by armor like a second time, essentially. The normal 10% of armor reduction. And what that means in and whereas now it is as follows: take less armor penetration damage from attacks equal to your helmet or body armor weight as a percentage, whichever is lower. Which is interesting. That will usually be the helmet, and you know, it'll be in the 20s somewhere, I think, is a way to think about it. So that'll be 20%, which is like mechanically just different. So you got a cold? Yeah, a little bit. So a way to think about this is the old Man of Steel was definitely better against lots of small hits. This Man of Steel will probably be slightly better against the really big hits. Overall, a weaker perk, however, available at tier 3. So, it's honestly, that part is pretty nice. So, anyway, this bro, you know, we have swift strikes, and so I like the idea of having this bro be a inline phalanx bro. I suppose possibly with sword mastery, probably heavy armor. Has tons of fatigue, so we'll be able to wear the heavy armor. So this will be a bro with long-term potential, right? Very good long-term capability, but less short-term effectiveness. Oh yeah, and MetaWrecker, I am running the career stats mod. I just haven't updated the command. It's not appearing on the tooltips because I have it turned off. But later, I can show career stats. Thank you for making that. Very cool. Okay, so that's the Chaucer. He'll be like a standard phalanx bro. Fulio very well could end up being the same. Good boy George, hello, hello. And yeah, oh yeah, the downside here, of course, is the lowered resolve. But, so one notable change from version 1.7 that will make this campaign a little bit more difficult than the previous is that Strength in Numbers was nerfed. It used to give +5 resolve per adjacent ally. Now is only +2, just like all the other stats. That's probably a good change. However, like on a bro like the Chaucer, we could take Bulwark and make up for the very low resolve. So, anyway. Alright, Fulio here. Probably just going to be in line with the rest of the squad, but probably edge of formation with shield mastery and 9 lives, battle forged. I think this will be a well, we'll see. Mystic Nemo here is going to be ranged bro, so we'll go ahead and put him in a pile here all on his own, at least at the moment. 47 range skill, not bad. I mean, it's the lowest possible, I guess, and no talent stars, so maybe bad. But I like that he has swift. Enemy target selection is going to be highly prioritizing your ranged units, as the game originally sort of intended. And we've got good range defense to make up for that. We'll be able to keep pumping range defense and make this bro very unlikely to be hit. And yeah. Should be good. Should be good. Can also give him small target as well, which I think is pretty nice for a ranged unit, not only because hitting the enemies on the head is really good, but the helmets that give the least vision penalty also tend to have the least defenses, so we really don't want this brother to get hit in the head, even with Nimble. Okay. Eagledub is going to be another ranged bro, and this time with leadership. So we're going to position this bro quite aggressively right behind all the other units in the phalanx. Possibly, as crazy as this sounds, we might make this a shield plus throwing brother with leadership. Which may sound a little crazy, but I don't think it's that crazy. We'll see. Okay. Antiwi in here will probably be an inline bro member of the phalanx. And that'll be that. Does he have the fatigue to pull it off? Well, unfortunately, he only has access to heavy armor, which sort of sucks. And I think the answer is probably yes, with an asterisk. It'll be a limitation. Fat will go away because that's just an inevitability. So really, we can think of his base starting fatigue as 89. He'll struggle a little bit for a little while. We're gonna have more forged bros in this run. Should be interesting. Anyway, back to Antiwi in here. Probably just inline as with the others. We have a probably bro who will do some full force attacks. Okay. And then we'll get to Tech Fiend. I actually might use the restroom real quick because the coffee is doing its business. And we'll resume our investigation here in just a moment. Be back in a second. All right, I have returned. Okay. So let's continue our analysis of the squad. Tech Fiend could easily be a shield and throw bro. Yes, probably true. I agree with that. The nice thing about Determined is, you know, you start out the combat with increased range defense, mattering in that first volley. And we didn't get anyone with, we didn't get any tacticians here. It would have been cool to have a tactician. Just one, not three. 3 is too many. So that we could get Shield Sergeant, but that's all right. Determined Brute Miller. Those ground grains are in trouble. Oh, man. Yeah, and the interesting thing here is Brute is a melee-oriented trait that we might be able to make use of, but maybe won't, right? We'll see. We'll see. This may end up just being a ranged backliner, but it could be a ranged frontliner. Notably, I think that is really a thing. Okay. Broad Metallic 2. A greedy drunkard. You love to see it. You're eating oatmeal right now? Wonderful. Ooh, oatmeal. Oatmeal, very good. I do want to use the net perks. I think one bro with those to pull out Swordmasters, etc. is very good. We're always going to start out with a Fisherman, right? So we always get one bro that always has the Trapper perks. I'm pretty sure the Peasant Militia start will always have that. Unfortunately, we did not get Dagger Mastery. We did get Executioner, so this bro can be an absolute monster to whoever he happens to pull in with the net. The other nice thing, too, is that the Rush of Battle is here, and skills costing less fatigue really does matter a lot for this brother. So that's probably something we'll keep in mind. So he'll kind of be his own thing. Okay. And then Falsers here. Probably we make this a polearm brother. And that will, so he'll be a backliner, I think, most likely. I don't know, we'll see. The other thing too is, okay. Looking at weapon masteries here. I was hoping to get some more mace mastery. Are we not gonna have any? Oh no. No mace mastery like at all. Except on Broad Metalluck 2. Yeah, no mace mastery at all. That's too bad. Well. Oh well. Okay. Anyway. Focusing back on the squad. Yeah, Falser's probably a bro with rotate. And we may end up grabbing anticipation and pumping his range defense. So he can, like, eat a couple free attacks. We'll see. We'll see. Faux G. This bro looks great. Nice high defenses. We got a couple greedy bros. What's our starting wages? Huh, 101. I think that seems pretty normal. Axe Duelist. I'm looking at this dagger here, probably. But maybe. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here. This bro, I think, will be capable of putting out a lot of damage. We'll just need to keep them nice and safe. Does have access to medium armor and incredibly high starting initiative value. Pretty interesting. Okay. But we'll probably be in line. Okay, so let's look at the remaining 3 here. Okay, curse word. You know what's really interesting? A huge difference in this squad and the previous one is the previous run we had a bunch of bros with Nimble, and in this bro we're gonna have very few. So one of the things that was really cool about the previous squad is we were able to get like a big burst of power at level 7. This squad is gonna be less like that, and there's also a little bit of a disconnect where we would love for Forged bros to have hammer mastery, because we essentially just build a fatigue neutral and we just slam full force attacks as a big hulking mass of armor. Unfortunately, we're going to have these brothers who have the heavy armor perk groups, but we're going to have to deal with high fatigue weapon masteries and managing that balance. That'll be tough. This is going to be pretty tough. It's not a bad squad, but I think this will be interesting to build. This is an interesting puzzle to solve. Now this bro, I might actually take Discovered Talent on level 2 with Curse Word so that we can get the most out of him. We'll see. I kind of don't like this perk. You love being interesting? Well, can be all right. But you know, it is a bro who we can give rotation to. One thing that hasn't stood out to me on any bro so far is a bro that can be just like a main, I'll say, gently off formation tank. Do we not have one at all? We might not. Is that a problem? Reroll time? Nah. I rerolled too many times. I already don't like what I did. I don't want to have a main tank without Indom. We'll just get it through events? I mean, it could happen. And we don't have to have an off formation tank. We could try to build the squad without it. It takes a long time to get online anyway. Slanderbot. Happy New Year. But yeah, this will be like probably similar to Falsers, a brother who we're gonna have stand in the back and be ready to rotate bros around. Okay. So Sir Kells maybe ends up being the same. So one thing that's interesting here, are we winning always? we have several bros with polearm mastery and flail mastery. We also have several bros with dagger mastery. This is a very different squad from the previous. So, whereas previously I was like, full force, full force, full force. This time, it may end up being very different. New mic or just sick? Just a little bit under the weather, I suppose. But on this squad, we're gonna have a bunch of polearms. Polearms supply long reach. Dagger mastery has between the ribs. If we can get many surrounds on an enemy, coming from both front line and back line, daggers do insane amounts of damage. KidFox080, thank you for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Fishnet and Dagger Down squad. Well, we're only gonna have one bro with nets, of course, being Broad Metalluck 2. But certainly, Catals will be a part of this. Now, notably, our end goal in the very final fight will be Black Monolith. We can't have too much investment in daggers. Or can we? We'll see. We'll see. But it looks like we've got another bro in Sir Kells that'll be similar to the way we're building these ones. Interesting. Warcake, thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, gonna spend some time fighting Catals this run. That's fine, we can fight assassins. No problem. And then Eldazare. This is gonna be a really good range bro. Starting range skill of 45. Interesting. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is something I was kind of predicting, right? Lack of frontline. Balian2483, hello, Happy New Year. But what we can do is these bros can totally be frontliners. Just because they got ranged combat doesn't mean they can't stand. So here's the deal. All right, so here's why it's not that bad. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm thinking. So what's a good bro as an example? Probably Tech Fiend is the best single example. So here's like an example of how we build this bro. So right now we've got all these bros with polearm mastery, which I think is really good, right? I think leverage, polearm mastery, long reach. I mean, these are all just, the polearm perk group is just really strong. Additional surrounds, we can transform into damage with dagger mastery, and is, you know, additional hit chance. It's just good. It's just good. Polearm mastery, where we gain bolster. This is, of course, very important. It lets us get everyone confident quickly, keeping our stats high. And then leverage, where we essentially just get to attack twice. We're going to be fighting in formation. It's hard to beat this as far as just like damage output. Okay. So given that, I like having these bros in the back, right? Especially when they have like huge, dumb, you know, I don't know. These are that's how we're going to build those brothers, I think. Right? They also have like powerful strikes and shield as opposed to swift strikes. Now, we could still maybe build Sir Kells into a frontliner and may still need to, so I'll kind of put him to the side. Anyway, so if we're going to have those bros in the back, then what we need is some of these bros to be built in the front. So if we take a look at Tech Fiend here, who has like 5 talent stars in melee defense, that's pretty serious, right? If you look at some of the perks that you have available that make our ranged skill better, they're still fine for a frontliner. Entrenched, if we just look at this in a vacuum and completely ignore the best part of this perk, right? If we ignore the 15% more range skill while at least 3 adjacent tiles are occupied by allies or obstacles, let's ignore that for now, which is crazy. Plus 5 resolve per adjacent ally. If this bro is in the center of our formation, we can expect that most of the time they'll be surrounded by 4 allies. That's a plus 20 resolve from 1 perk. Under normal circumstances, this would be great value, right? This would be great value. Hard to beat. So even if we take this, it's fine. If we take, for example, hybridization, plus 10 melee defense if you have 70 base range skill. All right, so then you have to invest in range skill to get melee defense. Maybe we do that, maybe we don't. Gain plus 10 range defense if you have at least 70 base melee skill. That's pretty good, especially if they're on the front line. They got their shield up, and they got to be catching arrows, right? We get a lot of defenses from our offensives, and we can swap weapons, right? So that lets us use like throwing axes, and then just swap to dagger, sword, whatever. So these perks are still good even on a frontline brother. Now bullseye less so, but we'll probably still take it, and that'll be like 1 damage perk, right? Otherwise, we're gonna build this as like our phalanx frontline kind of brother. Now with brute, I wish we had flail mastery. Boy, would that be great, but we don't. You got 9 lives available too? Right, exactly, right? This bro has a lot of perks that can make him still quite durable, and rising star. So we essentially, eventually, get 11 perks instead of the standard 10, which is very nice. Very, very nice. And yeah, 9 lives. 9 lives we definitely would take. Is rising star ethical? Sure. Are perks random or something? The way Reforged does it, and Hardened has also inherited, is you get perk groups that are, yeah, random, basically. Random, but they're not exactly random. There's a % chance based on their background and other things. So, yeah, so I think building this guy as a frontline actually makes sense. So who else would make sense to build in that way? I'm looking at throwing mastery as a potential thing too, right? A potential way of building that brother. And even if they throw like the crude javelins so that they use less ammo, that's fine. That's totally fine. The other thing too to consider is that throwing mastery makes it so that once per round after using a throwing attack, swapping any item becomes a free action. We can save ammo by using like crude jav, which takes 5 AP to throw. We can swap for free to a regular javelin or throwing axe or whatever and throw that. So pretty much every big rework mod does that, because having all the same perks on all the same bros and battle bros is always kind of meh. I don't know. I don't mind the static perks from vanilla, but to each their own. Okay. So yeah, if we wanted to build, so like let's think of like what the squad would look like. And again, we don't have any standout, this bro can be a tank on the edge of formation at all, do we? We really don't. Yeah, that's too bad. What I'm looking for is just like, I want to be able to indom, and mostly I just want indom and shield mastery together on the same brother, and I don't think we have that anywhere. I guess technically we have it here on Antiwian. But I don't like the other things. Really. Yeah. No, this bro doesn't quite get there. Not in a way that makes me feel like he'll be safe. Tough really doesn't supply anything defensively. Survival instinct doesn't count. This is like, one, it's kind of bad, but two, it's really bad on a defensive brother. And yeah, I mean, I don't. Other than Indom, we need a little bit more. And I don't think this bro quite gets there. So I think we don't build a dedicated tank, which will be interesting, right? Can bro still gain perks after level 11 in this mod? No. Nope, we're limited to exactly the 10 perks. Unless they have Rising Star. Okay. So if these bros are... How would you rate this squad? I don't know. I have trouble rating because I don't know. The thing is like whatever rating I would assign is probably incorrect because I am positive that my analysis of them is insufficient. Right? It would be like any strategy game where I'm trying to evaluate how good something is, where my confidence is low. I feel like I can't even give us a rating. Based on my subjective experience, this seems fairly average. They seem fine, actually. Time for rotation-based tanking? I mean, yeah, we were always going to need to do that anyway. But... Okay, so thinking about how we would want this squad set up. I like the shield experts on the edges so that they can take shield expert and never let enemies have reach advantage against us, even if they get less benefit from phalanx, relatively speaking. You meant the perk specifically? Well, right. I mean, yes. Yes. But the rest, I think we can make use of the Swift Strikes duelist sort of shenanigans. Now, would I be able to or want to put any of these bros? Let's see. So Eagledub will definitely be like behind them, right? With leadership. Praetorian 44, thank you for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. And yeah, this bro will be interesting because like Eagledub's perk groups are kind of bad to go with leadership. His stats aren't the greatest to go with leadership, but Inspiring Presence is just so good. It's just so good. It's so good. It's so good. Starts out with 13 range defense. Interesting. Fascinating. So we want to make sure that whoever he's supplying his stats to... You know, and the way we could do it... Ooh. Okay, hold up. Man, I wish we had a shield sergeant. That would make this really interesting. Our way we approach fights, or like the formation that we run up against the enemy with... Boy, I wish I had like a... If I were a proper streamer, I'd have like a whole setup where I could open up Paint or something, like Day 9 sometimes does. But what I'm thinking is, you know, I really want Inspiring Presence to supply more than just... I want this to work on like 4 bros. I want to get as much value out of this as possible because it's completely cracked and completely insane and way too strong. Let the record state. However, if this bro is just like standing here and we're presenting like a solid line, a solid line, we don't benefit as many bros. But if, for example, this bro is like here, right? And then we're to have like Fulio move over to here and Faux G to move over to here. And we can create sort of like a V formation of sorts right at the start of the fight. Right, so in our scoot and shoot, we shield wall, we back up, and we have a couple bros. Yeah, make a wedge, exactly, right? 2 stars, 42 resolve, plus 13 base range seems like a good bannerman. No. We'll get there. But yes. Good morning, Mac Pro 87. So what I'm thinking is Eagledub is going to stand in a location where we forge around him. Now, here's the thing. Leadership is the only perk group that has access to rally the troops. I think one bro with rally is actually still pretty important. This bro, of course, can then hold the banner. This bro has 42 resolve. Just wanted to thank you for introducing me to this truly amazing game and for encouraging playing and failing on in your own way to get full enjoyment. I watch so much of your YouTube and love the positive vibes, informative explanations, and great little community you've built. Look forward to another year of you, Mr. Slurgy. I appreciate you. Happy New Year. Hey, Praetorian 44, you love to see it. You're saying all the keywords that give me the happy chemicals. Thank you. I am glad that you failed on your own accord, just like we all must do. And that you can get little nuggets of wisdom here. You love to see it. Happy New Year. But yeah, I like the idea of making this a banner. The difficulty I'm going to have with banner... Oh man, maybe not. Boy. Here's the difficulty with making this guy a banner. Well, a lot of things. Mostly just survivability. Let's see. But we have access to so many resolve increasing perks. We have Bulwark, we got Strength and Number, and we've got Entrenched. Pretty crazy. Honestly. Pretty crazy. Man, that's going to be such a massive broadcast of Resolve. Holy buckets. 2 talent stars in Resolve at starting level of 42. My goodness. He's going to rally once, then have to recover? Yeah, that's the thing. We may end up needing to grab Pathfinder on this brother, just so he can move around. Is Supporter any good? Oh, which one is Supporter? This one? I mean... No? Not really. Yeah, you have to keep in mind, a lot of these are going to be different from what you might know from base Reforged. Right, so even if we recover 3 action points, how much do we care about that? I don't know. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I just don't think that... I mean, I would rather have the broad tool of Rally more than the single target supporter. Here's the problem with Encouraged. Cannot be used on fleeing, steady, or stunned allies. So here's what's bad about it. We can't use it on steady allies, so we can't use it as like a free, hey, become confident at the start of battle sort of thing. We also can't use it on our fleeing allies, which is when we really need to fix their resolve. So like, these conditions are just too limiting. So I don't think so. I don't think it's a very good perk. It's too limiting. Yeah. Yeah, he'll probably need to grab Brawny. This bro is just going to be a walking AP generating factory. Like, I will probably have him throw some axes. We'll see. His range skill is fairly low, but based on the way we're going to position him, where he's going to be the most surrounded of all, I don't hate Strength and Numbers. The walking part's kind of iffy. We got Pathfinder. Pathfinder kind of lets us become encumbered, and it's okay. And with hybridization, we can be holding the banner, swap for free to a throwing axe, throw it, swap back to the banner. It's not great, but it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. We're all fine here. Thanks. How are you? Is this Peasant Militia start? It is. It is. Nailed it. We could grab nailed it. We could totally grab nailed it. That would be potentially an option. And in fact, I think I'm just going to mark Pathfinder as like a given here. This bro is going to be encumbered. And I think that's just how it's going to be. He's just going to be encumbered. Command is interesting. Right? I do think this command skill is sort of fascinating. Actually, I guess this tooltip's kind of a lie, isn't it? Rallying is a type of positive morale check that can only occur on a character who is currently fleeing. Or maybe that is what it means. So you could command to make someone move next, or rally a fleeing ally. What's the range here? Range of 3? Nah, I like rally the troops with the range of 4. Oh man, this bro could start out with a battle loot. We could have a battle loot. And everyone fights better. It's actually pretty good. Right, this bro, Eagledub, can not only battle loot to play our song, the song of our people, but then immediately swap to the banner. Crazy. It's a lot of stats. It's a lot of broadcasted resolve. With this bro in the center of our new wedge formation, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think this will be good. I think this will be good. And then from a, what does this bro do with his fatigue on a normal round of combat? I do think that doing one quick swap, throw an axe, swap back is totally fine. Bloxor, hello, hello. So, okay. Recovers is what he does on a normal round? Nah, he'll gain his 15 fatigue. He's never going to use the blue skip turn button. We avoid using that whenever we possibly can. Emergency 100% pocket stun also? Yeah. True. That's true. Emergency 100% pocket stun? Hey, that could be relevant. Is the main takeaway to not take needlessly risky fights in the name of tempo? Pretty much. Yeah, he'll have 25 fatigue. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. So I think this bro... would I ever want to have decisive? Maybe not. Which is crazy because this perk is so good. No, I think what I'll do, I think the final perks on this brother, and I probably don't even bother with Bullseye, but I do kind of like the idea of grabbing Hybridization. What I kind of wanted to do originally was for this brother, I liked the idea of him having a shield just so that he can also supply shield wall adjacency to the same units that he's inspiring with Inspiring Presence. And maybe could still go that route instead of the banner. It's not totally ridiculous. But the lute is a two-handed musical instrument. Would there be any other brothers that I'd maybe... Are your eyes fooling you, or is that a Phalanx nerf? Yeah, it was moved. It was moved to the third row, and there's also a nerf to strengthen numbers. Does he get 70 melee attack for that 10 range defense? Maybe. And maybe we just have him attack with the banner. Just a little stab. Right? And I think that's fine. I'm not sure. Let's move on, and I'll come back to Igladub. Yeah, let's come back to him. Let's look at a few other things and see if there's any other inspiring ideas. So, all right. So now that I've kind of worked out wanting to do inspiring presence on multiple units, how can we make use of that in a positive way? Oof. It's going to be a struggle. Okay. Sorry, can I just vent about something hilarious? So the fantasy mode has shurikens, which are a thrown dagger weapon that does very low damage, but has 2 action point costs, 10 out of 10 ammo. Using like legends. Did you just get a brother named after you? You got to join the queue. So !Q space join. But no, you did not. Anyway, the one challenge to giving bros a whole bunch of extra action points is that they need the fatigue to be able to use those action points. So they either need inexpensive attacks, or they need ways of making those attacks very inexpensive or cheap to do, or ways of just using the AP like with full force. All right, and Tiwian's got that covered. He's got hammer mastery, he's got full force. Solved. Sorted. No problem. Or just pressing recover from time to time. Oof. Whoa. Easy with that blue skip turn button talk. From time to time, it's okay. So what you're saying is we need a polearm dagger hybrid weapon? The old pole dagger. A classic. A classic. Okay. So this brother's sorted, and Tiwian's got full force. Easy. No problem. What does the Chaucer have that can use fatigue efficiently? Honestly, swords are pretty efficient to swing, right? The regular like arming sword, it's 8 fatigue. That's not bad, right? After mastery, because it's 10 before. We can also give him finesse. So I think between those two, we're actually probably pretty okay. So if we have a 10 AP swing from a noble sword, times 0.8 times 0.75, we bring it down to 6. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I think this bro can take sword mastery and still do pretty all right. Okay. You know, one thing I'm thinking too. Yeah, I don't know. We still may end up having Igladub use a shield, and there'll be more to come on that. And I'll explain why in a moment. But that might still be what we want to do. But it's going to depend on how we want the rest of the squad kind of generally arranged once we're all fully set up. But yeah, swords are really low fatigue, right? So that's an option. Shield without shield mastery? Oh, that's fine. We got phalanx, right? And duelist, right? So this bro has tools to make attacking with a sword super inexpensive. On guard, also totally legitimate. Very good. A pole dagger is more commonly known as a spear. The more you know, the more you know. And he's gonna have absolute mountain of fatigue. We'll probably still need to go battle forged. Unfortunately, even though we have sword mastery, it would be nice to get even, you know, layers of damage reduction by also having flexible. I don't know that that will be an option for this bro. How are you keeping track of these different builds? With my mind, and it's questionable. So, yeah, I don't know. Does this bro have rotate? Does this give rotate? No. Okay. So it'll look something like this. Okay. Okay. So then this brother, Fulio. How can this brother use fatigue efficiently? I think he doesn't. I think he can't. Right, there's no good fatigue saving tools here under fast. There's no good fatigue saving tools here under tough. None of these weapons are particularly fatigue efficient. Actually has surprisingly low fatigue for a farmhand, and only heavier armors. Vanquisher saves fatigue? I mean, you can move for 0 fatigue. True, I guess. So what does that mean? Where does Fulio live? Where does Fulio exist? Interestingly, one with the shield. Although this is a perk that I'm less excited about on a Phalanx bro, because it only protects their head. On a Forged brother, only protecting their head, kind of good. A Nimble brother, we're less concerned with that. Just because of the way Battle Brothers and armor penetrating damage attacks work. Yeah, I don't know. Fulio's gonna be a tricky one to have use the extra fatigue. I mean, no. I guess there is a way, isn't there? It's right here. Why does everyone need fatigue management? Because we're giving them inspiring presence. Shield and spear. You know what's interesting about shield and spear here? Why does everyone? Well, we're looking at these bros that we're going to put around our dude here. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe that's the solution. Maybe that's what we do. Fascinating. This bro will always have reach advantage, because the spear has the longest reach of any of all the one-handed weapons, especially if we are, you know, phalanxing it up. Fascinating. Won't have access to duelist, but I guess that's fine. Wow, okay, weird. Hey, Gym Tonic 90. Happy New Year. RIP run? Nah, that's alright. Okay, so let me make sure I mark strength and number on all these bros too. Strength and number of phalanx. Through the gaps? Yeah, maybe. Attacks? Yeah, I don't know. It depends. This is going to depend a lot on the rest of the way we're building the squad. Yeah, sweet armor. Yeah, potentially. Okay. So then what's our fatigue savings tool on Foe G? We've got a few of them. We have the Rush of Battle, right? So when we're surrounded by our allies, which of course we are, because we got our friends. We're always near our friends. We've got this, and then we also have a weapon. We have finesse. We also have a weapon mastery, which weirdly enough on my dagger. This bro will be able to attack for a comically low amount of fatigue. Right, so let's do a hypothetical just to work out the numbers. I don't think we should need to do this with a calculator. That's a rant for a separate time. But let's say we're going to do Death Blow. We've got a Catal. It does an awful lot of damage, so why would we not? All right, so we have a 15 fatigue attack. And let's say the way he is positioned. Again, let's say Antiwian is in a hypothetical hex here. Foji is here, and he's got 2 bros around him. So let's say he has 4 allies around him, which isn't that insane, right? It's high, it's the high end, but let's just, for the sake of argument, let's say it is. So we have a 15 fatigue attack, and because we have an enemy next to us, because we're attacking them, we have a reduction of 40% of our skill. So it costs 0.6, right? So 15 times 0.6. We have Dagger Mastery, so dagger skills cost 25% less, times 0.75. Oops, I have to put a multiplier in there. And we also have Finesse, times 0.8. That makes our Death Blow go down to 6. What if we don't even have Finesse? Okay, then it's 7. A Death Blow that costs 6 fatigue. That sounds criminal. 6 or 7? 6, 7? Yeah, thank you. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Right, so if we're surrounded by 4 allies, it costs 6. If we're surrounded by 3 allies, it costs 6, 7. 6 or 7 for a Death Blow, pretty crazy. And if we look at what Stab will cost, it'll be even lower if we need that as an option. Pretty crazy, right? Also considering between the ribs, we've got these bros with pole arms that we'll be able to have nearby. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Duelist, lots of damage there. Sounds like you need a mace guy. We don't have a single one. Not one. Which is terribly depressing. We have 1. We have 1 and it's our net bro. Which is like the one where we don't need it when it comes to setting up Death Blow. So, adequate range bros? Yeah, we got adequate range bros. We've got more than adequate range bros. So yeah, that'll be kind of what it looks like for the solution here. So, and then Fulio, I guess maybe we'll do spear. Boy, what a weird, so we'll have a spear, a sword, a hammer, and a dagger. Kind of cute. Okay. Broad metal look 2. All right, so I do want to still use a net bro. Using nets to just like completely neutralize the big spookiest targets. Too important. It's too important. I do like it quite a lot. And I think I like all 3. I really do. I could maybe be convinced not to do Angler, only because we have Rush of Battle. We don't really need net pull if we can just step up next to the enemy and throw the net for cheaper. 6, 7? I don't know. I think because we have access to Rush of Battle, and that's such an important fatigue savings, maybe we don't bother. I like that we have access to Executioner. Though, you know, this brother might be setting up the attack for someone else. So I'm kind of inclined to not grab Angler again because Rush of Battle. Let's make the net throw cheaper. So how is this bro going to survive defensively? God, are we going to have to go heavy armor on so many bros? This is going to be rough. Sploji, how will you address the bad micro carried by macro and spear abuse accusations? I know, that guy is unhinged, isn't he? Staggered is so good, people said. Hey, now. While wielding a tool in your offhand, the first successful attack each turn will stagger your target. We just must simply successfully attack. Easy. Problem solved. So we will still stagger them. Probably. And we want to stagger them. We want to stagger them. Hang on to that. We want to stagger them. Staggering them may have other knock-on effects. So yeah, do I build this as a nimble brother? Probably not. I actually think I might go flexible because we're sitting here with 113 base initiative. That's really friggin' high. It's really friggin' high. Are there perks that give guaranteed hits? In the Knave perk tree, which is accessible for like thieves, there's one where you can do Cheap Trick and gain a huge bonus to your hit chance. This guy's not going to have that. If I get drunk and lose stuff, feel free to whip me, daddy. With pleasure. EU stream time, let's go, let's go. So yeah, I mean, we may end up wanting to build this as a parry brother as well. So this brother, we're not going to be able to invest. I wish we had range defense stars. May grab dodge. We'll see. We may grab like skirmisher, relentless, especially. Well, I don't know. Maybe even both. Probably only relentless. Is something like pocket sand guaranteed, and is it an attack? We don't have he doesn't have access to any of that. That's from, again, the Knave perk group. He doesn't have access. Oh, what am I looking at? Whoa, 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 whoa. I moved to a different bro. Hold up. My goodness. How did that happen? Whoa. What did I do? Let's go back. I mean, I probably still do that. How did I click off this bro? How did I do this? Okay. Back to Broad Metallic 2. Did I do anything else here that confuses me? No. I'm losing my mind. Haven't had my coffee yet. Well, I have, but not enough. Yeah, we can still look at parry here. If you want a tanky bro support bro without a shield, there's always Reforged plus flex. Yeah, we're gonna have a whole bunch of those bros. What an interesting... We're gonna have a bunch of those bros. I don't know if that's gonna be good though. We're gonna really struggle to get the sufficient armors for a long time. Indomitable? Probably not Indomitable. I don't think. Footman armors do well. Footman armors do okay, especially with flexible as well. I mean, I don't disagree, right? We saw the power of that in the Dawnforged champions. Let's see. And Broad Metal Luck 2 is going to be like hanging back a little bit. Okay, but I think we know what we're working with just generally. Like I think we know what we have available. I'm going to move on. We're going to kind of like piecewise this together a little bit. I like all of these bros who will have access to rotation from powerful strikes alongside polearm mastery. I think the nice synergy here, the sort of natural benefit here is if we have access to plenty of sword lances, we've always got Death Dealer. Would Fresh and Furious be any good? Yeah, probably. Right? Yeah, I agree with that. On a net bro, I think Fresh and Furious, we've seen that from Fulio in a previous timeline. Okay, so falsers here. What I think we're gonna do with falsers is take all of the polearm perks, right? So what I'm gonna do is actually mark that alongside Strengthen. Actually, we're gonna take Strengthen number on literally everyone. So why don't I just save myself the confusion and make sure that's marked on every single brother. Okay, so going back to falsers, this bro's gonna have access to 11 perks. Very special, very fun, very cute, very great. Really good melee skill. I think we're gonna take rotation on all of these brothers, probably. $50 hit points is pretty low. We have access to battle flow, which I think will be good. Yeah, we have Colossus to fix hit points, right? We might end up not doing it though. Small target, pretty good. Yeah, we've got Anticipation. Range defense of 2 with 1 talent star, keeping in mind that strength and number also give range defense. Pathfinder, we're gonna be so immobile, unlikely, right? We kind of stand as a clump with our ranged advantage, let the enemies always come to us. He has no hit point / fatigue / attack stars with a total low roll. There's always picking range defense. That's absolutely true. Peak gameplay strikes again. Peak gameplay strikes again. Right? So we do always have the option for range defense. That's true. It will always roll a 3 or a 4. Right? So if we expect a value of 37 in the end, it's actually quite good. And the thing is like, rotation is we go somewhere and we just save a bro. And ideally, they either rotate themselves out or someone else rotates them out because they're not there to stand in the dangerous position for a long time, but they're there to be super effective for a short time, where anticipation plays really well into that. Your brother shall remain in the back line preaching the gospel with a polearm. Yes, except when you need to intervene to save a life. Formidable approach. Maybe. I'm assuming this still works with a rotation, but unlikely. Unlikely. So, unlikely. Yeah, lots of things are going to be different from Reforged. Brace for Impact is new. This is a new perk in version 1.7. I actually think it's a pretty cool design. I don't know that we're going to make much use of it based on the way this company is built. But whenever you move to a tile, gain 1 stack for each adjacent enemy till the start of your turn. I feel like the adjacent enemy part should be gotten rid of. But take 10% less hit point damage from attacks for each stack. I feel like it would be cool if you could brace for impact for ranged attacks too. But anyway, what do the stacks mean? Yeah, 10% less hit point damage. Lose one stack each time you get hit, or lose all? I assume you keep it until the next turn. That's what it says. Until the start of your next turn. Right? So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's worth a consideration. So if we built this as a Nimble Brother, then if we were to rotate into a dangerous hex and we're surrounded by, let's say, 3 enemies, we take 30% less hit point damage. I wish it was 10% reduced all damage. Yeah, that's the thing. Rotation into free Indom. If you're surrounded by 5 enemies, sure. And still even weaker than Indom. I think the numbers just aren't quite there. I think it's just not quite there. Right? The numbers don't quite support what we want. Minus 50% hit point damage for free is not bad. Are we really going to walk into a hex surrounded by 5 enemies? Are we going to move into a tile with 5 enemies adjacent to us? Are we going to do that? Are we going to do that? We're not going to do that. If we are rotating a bro who's surrounded by 5 enemies, holy buckets. We have made a huge error. We've made a huge error. Could you pivot Falsers into a 2-handed flail, bro? You have so many good perks for it. Interesting. I mean, so what are the good ones other than the flail mastery ones? I do think that the pull flail is pretty strong. But Vigorous Assault? Yeah, I don't know. I think, again, we're just going to sit still. We're going to sit still and let enemies come to us. Headhunter? I mean, yeah. Berserk, Battle Flow, and that new perk. I don't know. I think we keep these bros in reserve and we keep our Phalanxy frontline rocking and rolling. I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think what we might want the new AI will definitely help them come to us once the frontline range defense battery is online. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Pivot into 12 Spear Lords? No. Okay. Because what I'm thinking is, so what is this? Let's see. Man, yeah, I really wish. Okay. Squigs, hello, hello. So yeah, I don't know. I think I like the polearms. I think the polearms are actually like really good. Like, actually, really good. Not only good for damage, extra surrounds helps all our allies hit, and we're gonna have at least 1 dagger bro, and that increases their damage. So we can at least have like 1/2 of the formation look like that. Sweeping strikes? No. Good lord, no. We don't want this. This bro is not going to be surrounded. Our phalanx bros are going to be the ones that are surrounded. We're never going to position a 2-handed bro who's just going to die. Right? So we're going to position them in the back. They rotate bros to safety, and then at that point maybe become surrounded. But in those situations, we often don't even attack. So I don't know. Falsher's looking like Lord Farquaad. Yes, he is. Right? I actually think that Bloxor made a statement earlier that because of the one talent star in range defense, we always have access to rotation, or excuse me, anticipation. Actually, probably pretty good for a bro that we just don't want to get hit that often. So I actually think this is pretty good. And we still have lots of perks that we can take on this brother. Yeah, I don't know. Still plenty of choices, but I'm going to move on for the moment. I think we got the information we needed from Falsers, and we're going to kind of keep narrowing down. Curse word. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh my. So this is a bro with way more initiative than fatigue, and talent stars in initiative. I like that he has 9 lives, so I kind of want to grab flexible. Boy. Desperate need for a Gamba Gifted? Probably. Right? I think Discovered Talent will... I kind of hate this perk, but I do think it will give us enough stats to probably sufficiently pay for itself. Strength in numbers dodge wombo combo? Anti-synergy at its finest. So, yeah, I mean, I think this bro is interesting. So he's either going to be another polearm sweeper or another dagger bro. So what we could do, so again, I wish I had like a paint or something like that, because we could have Impatient Bleeder. Two talent stars and hit points though. So despite the low starting value, literally the lowest possible roll, we can still end up with okay values for hit points. Team shaping up to be incomprehensible as fuck? Nah, I think we're slowly settling in on something. At least I feel like I am. If that's correct or not, I don't know. Last company was so nice in uniform? Maybe. Colossus? Yeah, we might end up grabbing Colossus. We'll see. We may not need it though. Here's the deal. With 9 lives and flexible, if we've got pretty good armor on, especially with really high initiative values, we take so little armor penetrating damage from attacks where you really don't need hit points. You can kind of think of flexible as a little bit like a Nimble-Forged brother in vanilla. Very like hand wavy here, but it's a little bit like that. At least as far as like how you build them. All right, so I actually kind of don't think that long-term we would even want Colossus. I think 9 lives will actually give us what we need to in the hit points department, where investing in hit points on this bro will probably kind of be a trap, no matter how we do it. So we're probably going to go the polearm route on this brother, right? I think we go the full polearm suite. Sorry if you've already done this, Lurgy. What is wrong with trying to make Spear Bros and Hardened? Is the removal of the flat plus 20 hit chance in the introduction of Reach instead? Yeah. I mean, one of the things is like, so the way I use spears in vanilla, and the reason spears are so strong, is from Spear Wall. Since so many shielded enemies, though notably not Orc Warriors, have Shield Expert, and they can completely negate Reach advantage, no matter how high your Reach is, you lose both the flat plus 20 and you lose the, 15% from reach advantage, where you're just never going to hit those high levels of hit chance that are necessary for a Spear Bro to effectively hold off enemies for long periods of time. So you would have 2 polearm sweepers on each flank in the V formation, which would look cool. That would look cool, right? What I'll probably end up doing is put 2 on one side next to 2 dagger bros, is more likely what I think will actually end up happening. Combo looks nice. Combo looks nice. Combo looks nice. I agree with that. I forgot about Shield Master adding in reach. Thanks for answering. Yeah, I think that's the main problem with it. So Curse Word also has access to the combo stuff. He does, right? The old one too. Has access to Killing Frenzy. Yeah, for sure. Right? One of the important things is going to be rotation. I think on these bros specifically, we want to grab rotation if they're able to be sufficiently defensive to make use of it. Now I may end up actually going a completely different direction with Curse Word. So I'm gonna move on from Curse Word because the way I'm thinking about the team and looking at the formation, we may end up doing something a little bit different. I kind of want to look at Sir Kells first, super quick. Okay. Sir Kells only has access to Reforged. Probably will need fatigue. Saving Sobrani. Man, we're gonna have to find some big, thick, chonky boy armors. Interesting. Another polearm? Yeah, exactly, right? That's why I put these three bros together. What do these bros look like? I'm gonna take a quick look at our ranged bros because actually, huh. Range tank. Dreaded range tank. You can't look at melee. You can't look at the talent stars too much. We also have to keep in mind perk groups, but regardless, you're still pretty much right. Yeah, probably Phalanx Thrower, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, with Bullseye not caring about, yeah. And Throwing Mastery not caring, right, exactly. Right, there's absolutely no reason Throwing plus Shield isn't awesome. Throwing plus Shield is completely awesome. He has Phalanx? Everyone has Phalanx. That's every Peasant Militia start, everyone has Phalanx. Everyone has Phalanx. Everyone gets it. Everyone has it available to them. And we're going to be taking it on lots and lots of bros. So yeah, I mean, one thing I'm really struggling with and what I'm deciding is, all right, so let's take a look at what Phalanx does, right? Gain +1 reach per adjacent ally equipped with a shield. What I want long term, even with my wedge formation, is for enemies to never have reach advantage against me. There are a couple ways we can do it, right? We can either make our reach so high through Phalanx and the weapon and Duelist, right? Some combination therein. Or just give them Shield Expert. Or, right? So we need to make it so that enemies never have reach advantage against us, because once we are in a Phalanx with Shield Wall not expiring, our melee defense is just going to be through the stratosphere. It's crazy. It's crazy how much melee defense you can get. If you make it so enemies never get reach advantage, so they don't get that flat multiplier to their melee skill, even high melee attack enemies have the damnedest time hitting you. And that's the goal, that's the dream, that's the whole shtick of what we're setting up here. That's the whole thing we're min-maxing, right? So a brother like Fulio can stand in a more dangerous hex, and even without Shield Expert, as long as he's got a couple Phalanx bros next to him, is going to have more reach advantage than every enemy in the game. Until they split your shield with their long axe. Well, yeah, that's true. That's why we've got our rotation bros. So one of the things I'm sort of struggling with is Eagleadub standing here. Like, there's a piece of me that really wants this bro who has inspiring presence to not hold the banner and to not use rally the troops, but to stand in the center, shield walling with throwing axes. Two main reasons. One, shield wall still gives the adjacency extra defenses to your allies. So it's just a flat +5 that you're putting onto all your allies near you. The other is that you're giving them an additional reach. So by this bro putting on a shield, we're supplying a collective 4 reach, 20 melee defense, 20 range defense. That's just pretty damn good. So as crazy as it sounds, I'm leaning away from having Eagleadub carry the banner or the loot, and we give that to someone else. As crazy as that sounds. So I think this is probably going to be a shieldy boy. And it'll probably, exactly, Choppy Cat's going where I'm going. Probably one of the polearm boys is going to hold on to the banner. So what I want to do with Eagleadub, allow me to preach the gospel of the banner, my lord. I mean, it probably will be falsers for 2 reasons. 1, resolve talent stars, if nothing else. For your resolve is starred twice over and my faith unbroken. Yes. The other reason is, I guess all of them have access to it. I was going to say Bulwark. Nice hair, falsers. Morning for us. Good morning, Genghis the Silent. So I think Eagleadub is going to be a shield plus throwing axe brother. So he does not need Bulwark anymore. He's probably still going to need Brawny. Probably won't need Battleforged, though. Will need Phalanx. Battleforged is a maybe. But Bullseye and Throwing Mastery is pretty crazy. And this bro does not need to take hybridization. We're not going to pump his melee attack at all. He's going to be a ranged attack only, which is weird. No, he's not going to need Bulwark. We're not going to care about this bro's resolve really much at all. Should have taken the over on setup time. Yeah, how long we been? Oh boy, don't look at the time. So yeah, then maybe decisive. We can still grab rally. This bro could still have rally. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Will rally the troops be effective without banner? Fortified Mind? Fortified Mind we don't care about. Fortified Mind is reworked. One bro with rally, who's in the center of the formation, completely surrounded with entrenched. I think it's still fine. Inspiring presence needs you to be higher resolve than the recipient. Well, right, exactly. But that's the thing, is like he's gonna have higher resolve than these bros for sure. right? Again, a lot of it is coming from Entrenched. +5 resolve per adjacent ally. This guy's going to be surrounded by 6 allies most of the time, is the way I plan on doing this with our wedge formation. This bro will be completely encompassed. So that is a +30 resolve. +30. So it's going to be sitting at 70. Seems good to me. I don't know. Seems all right to me. Because Throwing Mastery now allows you to, once per round after using a throwing attack, swapping to any item becomes a free action. We can swap to different throwing weapons. This bro will never use melee skill. I think that'll be the plan. Even higher than the Bulwark dudes? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, this bro's going to be doing medium armor. This bro's medium armor. This bro has both medium and heavy. Right, the Chaucer. So we'll see there. I guess he'll be heavy armor. Probably will need to take Bulwark to make up for his comically low resolve. And then Fulio could go either. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, not that you couldn't grab Bulwark on any of these, and probably still should, but I think so. I think we're gonna end up with higher resolve. I can see now, Eagle It Up surrounded by 4 enemies. Shield equals split. Stun equals applied. You maybe wondered how I got in this situation. No. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I think he'll still have so much resolve. Right? No, we're never gonna take Fortified Mind. If in the last minute we would take Bulwark, not Fortified Mind. He's gonna wear a heavy helmet. He can't get domed. Getting domed would be real bad. But yeah, I am gonna have this be a thrower who stands in the center. I think that's gonna be the plan. That's gonna be the plan. Bulwark Fred about changed. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Sorry if I'm curt in my reply. I just like to be direct. I never mean it to be like rude. It's just how I am sometimes. You gotta learn to love it. Okay, so looking at our range bros, let's look at them a little bit. Now that I think I'm pretty committed to the wedge formation. And then banner carrier, yeah, let's quick figure that out actually. Falsers would be pretty good target. Or candidate. Candidate, not target. Candidate. And one of the reasons I still want to take Rally the Troops on Igladub is also just simply to get the Sergeant Sash for the ambition and the +10 resolve trinket. I think that has some relevance. That has some relevance. And one of the reasons I'm concerned about resolve, just generally, is that strength in numbers was reduced in the amount of bonus resolve that it grants. So we've got some stats to make up for from the previous run, right? There were a lot of nerfs. Good ones, important ones. Range damage is still way too high, but I digress. I think probably Falsers is a good candidate. Also has Battle Fervor, right? So we may end up taking fewer of these. Man, I don't know. 61 melee skill. Tomorrow's stream when we do our first fight will be fire. Nah, we'll fight today. We'll still fight today. Sit tight. Yeah, I don't know. It still feels like that's probably the pick. I'm less concerned about the talent stars, to be honest. This is going to be such a late game focused team already, though. It's so interesting. A lot of it is our lack of nimble. We're gonna maybe struggle in the mid game relative to the other squad. Probably that means we spend less time target farming for additional bros and just trying to get to level 11 as fast as possible. Less time is going to be spent wasting away in the desert looking for our belly dancer. But yeah, so then on Falsers, maybe this is going to be the bro that uses the banner. Maybe that is just what I do. The banner still hits okay. So probably doesn't... Man, I feel like it's a little bit of a waste of battle flow. Falsters does not need to have the banner out all the time, even without quick hands. I mean, that's true, but I think we want to have them have the banner out more of the time than the previous company, which didn't really need it. With the wedge formation... No, I think it kind of does. These bros have pretty low resolve, who are going to be part of the wedge. In fact, all of them have really low resolve. We actually are going to need to have the banner out for approaching enemies. We can also play a battle song with a lute, but it actually matters more. Not all the time, right? But we don't have quick hands. I don't know. A lot of the time. There's going to be some... This is a wildly different company than the previous one. Despite still having a phalanxy frontline. Here's some kind of interesting then. Yeah, I don't know. It's 61 melee skill, but it is with no talent stars. So I think maybe building this as a defensive banner with rotation, despite the 61 melee skill, actually maybe still kind of makes sense. I think it's okay. Okay, interesting. All right, let's move on. I think we're going to have a banner amongst these three, and that's fine. Tech Fiend. This is a bro that we can have on the edge. So, like, let's think about this. So many interesting decisions to be made. So many interesting decisions to be made. Eldazare could be another one. $44 hit points. Yikes. Eldazare is interesting. And Mystic Nemo, boy. What a potent little fella here. What a potent little fella. So many decisions to be made for us to rip on the second fight. True. Man, these bros are so good, honestly. It's kind of crazy. So I'm kind of thinking of like how I want to have them. The problem is entrenched, they kind of need to be, well, entrenched. Better than the previous squad? Yeah, I would say so. I think they're stronger than the previous squad. I think so. Yeah, this is definitely going to be one of them. one of our bros that we still have do shield shenanigans. But how do we get him fully surrounded? I guess we don't. Or not fully surrounded, but I want to at least give him entrenched. I guess Broad Metal Luck 2 kind of hangs around the back. I wonder if I still do the net stuff. What if I just straight up didn't? How wiki wacky wild would that be? Nah. Netting Necro Savants is pretty good, right? I love how we waste no time playing the game and get straight into the analysis. The true heart of Battle Brothers. Analysis paralysis. The true heart. Yeah, so the polearm's kind of sitting around the edge, but I kind of want to have... So if we have the 5 shields in front, there's a piece of me that kind of wants to have little shields hanging off the back, but maybe that's not necessary. Hanging off the edges. Are we netting Necro Savants? Definitely. Yeah, I don't think we... I think we always use the nets. Yeah, these bros are just too good. And the damage is going to be too relevant, too high. Especially because we actually have bow mastery this time. I'm genuinely worried about so Eldazare is interesting here. One of the things I'm concerned about is with the way enemy ranged AI like target selection works, we are going to need Eldazare specifically because of the 44 hit points to be able to be the one to take the ranged attacks, or I guess Mystic Nemo, but we need to make it so that this guy's not targeted and this guy is. And one way of doing that, where are our special tanks? We don't have them. We don't have them. I wanted one. I'm gonna go without this time though, which sucks. Let the record state. I didn't even really get to demonstrate them in full. Like, anyway, whatever. I had dreams. I had dreams and my dreams were crushed. No tanks Black Monolith is gonna suck. We'll just have to find one. We'll just have to find one. Let's not worry about Black Monolith right now. We got a long way to go. Taking Dagger Mastery on a bunch of bros, having no tanks. Don't worry about it. Literally the only goal of the company is to defeat Black Monolith. Let's not worry about any of those things I just said altogether. Fun to catch another stream. We were a bit behind and sad to see the first round was not the one. You have to catch a VOD to see what happened. Good luck, Mr. Streamer. Well, hey. Zeno Aristo. Thank you. Okay, so Mystic Nemo, we've got Bow Mastery. I think we can make this bro. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Didn't mean to press that button. We can build him with a mix of defensive and offensive perks to do well. I want to have one, at least, one more shielded brother. One more shielding brother. I think I want it to be one of these bros. I think so. These three bros each have access to rotation. And I'm gonna have the pole arms on one side with the daggers for between the ribs for damage purposes. Well, this guy, right? So then on the other side, I want to have one of these bros not be a polearm bro, but instead be a phalanx shielder that is ready to rotate on that side. So we've got 2 rotations on one side, 1 rotate on the other. I think that's fine. I think I might make it curse word. I think so. I think so. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have access to good weapon masteries. How do we solve for this? I'm gonna use the restroom again real quick. Actually, I may have a solution. I've got an idea. Okay, I'll be back one moment. I am back. Xeno Aristo. It's !Q space join. Maybe slash still works. Maybe slash works as well, I'm not sure, but... Okay, while I was using the restroom, I think I have a solution. The idea, actually, will be as wild as this sounds. Curse word got dagger mastery. No. Yes. No. Yes. Just got here. There must have been one very long presentation at the beginning of the stream. Sure, yeah. Your sub went through right? Didn't get any notification? Yes. Yep. You're in. You're in, Xeno Risto. You've got the spear icon next to you. The special build? Yeah. Dagger Mastery lets you use a 0 AP shield skill only if your offhand item weighs less than 10. That applies to Adargas, which are pretty lacking in durability. And we're going to have permanent shield wall up, so we're all right. So... All right, I got a plan. I got a plan. Or do I? Falsers may get repurposed. Man, I don't know. Doubting myself constantly. So what I'm thinking is, put a pin in it and play some Battle Brothers? Nah. Because as soon as we level up, no. We're gonna complete this. We're gonna complete this, and then then we'll play. If you're watching this on VOD and you get annoyed, just skip. No, I think... Are we being too nice? Just make the AoE sweeper sweep and give the banner to the Inspiring Presence guy? Definitely we're not giving the banner here. Nope. I'm already very committed, very overwhelmingly committed to making our Inspiring Presence guy broadcast out melee defense, reach, and additional stats. Like, definitely. So, that's, I think that's just going to be better. That is simply just going to be better. What I'm trying to work out now is how to get the life-saving tools of rotation equally split between the two sides. And what I'm trying to do, at least partially, is get the polearm bros on the same side as our bro with Hammer Mastery and Dagger Mastery for two reasons. One, to give additional surround bonus for Foe G, so that when we are surrounding targets, we have additional damage, and then we get the additional, like, you know, surrounds from long reach. And also because the weapons that the polearms are going to be using are fairly inefficient against armor, especially if we give them sword lances. So we want them on the same side as Hammer Mastery, because Hammer Mastery is just going to completely smash open enemy armor, right? So we want these kind of to work together. So that means I want one of these brothers to be positioned on the other side of the formation where they can still have rotation, right? Because we're going to be kind of like, when we're a big ball, you can't move through your allies without rotation. So I'm figuring out, or reasoning out, who I want that brother to be on the other side. And actually what I might do is I'm just going to totally redo what I thought or assumed or whatever from earlier for Falsers, and have him go to the other side, kind of be a little bit of a hang-backy boy. And have rotation. So what I might do there is potentially I think I've got how I want this. And have that be Falsers. And the idea is that Falsers can rotate either which way. And I think that'll be better. It will be better. So Falsers is no longer going to do polearm. Completely nix all of that. And instead I'm going to make a second. That's right. You heard it right here. The Chaucer's not going to need the extra AP. I think it's okay that he can simply hold one flank with En Garde, Sword Mastery, and I think he'll be great. Chef's Kiss, right as rain, no problems, not worried about him. Oh, he also has, oh, nope. Hold up. I forgot trained gives rotation. All right, hold up. Completely forgot about that. 100% forgot. Abort. We already had access to rotation on that side. My God, we've got access to rotation on this side. Okay. Right. Okay. I forgot about trained giving that. Never mind. YouTube friends, you can skip another hour. True. We have access to rotation here. And we can get it pretty cheap. We can get it down to 16 fatigue. Is there any way to get it slightly cheaper? I don't think so. I'd love to get it below 15. Yeah, double grip is a way. if push came to shove, if we simply drop the shield on the ground just to rotate, look, maybe. I hate it, but maybe. Wild. That would be absolutely buck wild. But maybe. Okay, so we can go back to what we had for falsers. Whoops. So we can probably still go back to, I think, the banner with falsers. I like that idea very much. Since I got here late, did we have rerolls? We did. Yeah, we rerolled the squad actually several times. And a handful of times it was because we had too many brothers with tactician / leadership that I think is too powerful. Though we did also do some rerolls because it was like we had like too few ranged units or things like that. So, so yeah, I'm gonna go back to the banner on falsers. We've got sufficient rotation capacity on the sides here. Okay. So then we're gonna have these bros mostly supporting this side, but not exclusively. Falsers will be a bit more centralized. Yeah. And this is the dagger bow, the guy here, the guy here. Okay, broad metal luck 2, hang off the sides slightly. All right, I think we've got there. I think we got there. Right. I do really wish that broad metal luck 2 had I like that he's got parry available to go with the duelist. I might take it anyway, even with no talent stars and range defense. That feels questionable. Maybe that's just straight up a mistake. I actually... Well, I don't know. Alright, so we're gonna get one of our polearm bros over here. Does it matter which one? Probably not. And then these two ranged bros here and here. So if these boys peel forward and forward, this guy peels back and back. So we have 2, 3. NCTR LS. Hello, hello. Okay. So now let's look at the range bros. All right, so Tech Fiend. Boy, yeah, and this is a bro that feels like a mistake. So one of the things I'm struggling with is I don't know the map seed's availability of ammo yet. Right? Because if we know there are arrow maker sheds, I'm a lot happier to build the shield plus thrower brothers than if they don't, than if the map doesn't. You've been watching the VODs? Well, wonderful. I feel like a mistake. I'll try not to take that. Yeah. What I mean, Tech Fiend, is I think I'm trying to decide. You just woke up? Are we already bro building? We're already bro building. We've been bro building. Okay, let's just figure out what we want to do. No, I guess, no, I can't just figure out what we want to do. What are the perks we definitely want to take? All right, so this bro has 9 lives. We always take 9 lives. On this brother, I think we always take Bullseye, and I think we always take Throwing Mastery. Crossbows are kind of meh, and even if push came to shove and we were just using a sling, honestly, that's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry, every couple bros we decide to rebuild the team so we get the full experience. No, this is gonna be this is the run. So this is the full experience right here. This is the final one. Second wind is good damage. I think we take nimble. We have decent initiative though. Decent initiative and an ability to make it a little bit better with flexible, but I think probably nimble will be the way to go. So then I like Colossus on this brother. Probably not marksmanship. And that'll be what we do with that bro. So then, given that, Mystic Nemo, I think we build as a straight up bow bro. And on this bro, we can take marksmanship, especially with this wedge formation. Marksmanship's actually going to be more relevant with the no enemies within 3 tiles. So then I think we grab Trick Shooter, increasing our chance to hit. That's pretty good. Ash Gaming Tales, hello, hello. Happy New Year indeed. Berserk's pretty alright. Small Target is actually pretty okay. For the reasons I described earlier, we don't want enemies to hit him in the head. We want him to hit them in the head. Seems pretty good. How's the run? We're just getting started. And then hybridization. And is that build complete? I suppose that's build complete. Small Target is good as a defensive perk because the bow bro wants a light helmet. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you were around yet, but that is something I stated earlier, actually. You're confused why all naked in level 1? We lost how/why? You know, we lost one more bro in a fight I probably shouldn't have taken. And I decided 10 is too few. You were only around after the first hour? Ah, so you've only been here for an hour and a half. Yeah, I don't know. I think this seems good. I mean, small target is pretty good. Defensively and offensively. Very few enemies in Hardened have Steel Brow. It's pretty much just the thug line of brigands. I don't even know if there's any others. There probably are. But very few enemies have Steel Brow, so hitting in the head is like really good. Especially when it comes to getting armor penetration damage through. Is this one of the hardest challenges you can do? I don't know. I mean, you could, there's no upper limit. Defeat the game with 1 unit. I don't know. Like, there's no upper limit. Honestly, I think this is probably harder in vanilla. Okay. Eldazare. Probably another bow bro. This one gets trained. Probably means we take Colossus here. I think we grab Finesse, the bow perks. Man, that happened fast. Lot of high value perks all to pick from. I mean, is that just it? Maybe. Yeah, to me, the Lone Wolf, like playing Lone Wolf, like literally 1 unit. I know it's popular, so I don't mean to dunk on anyone. Like if this describes you, but I do not understand the appeal. Battle Brothers is like obviously, in my mind, built around squad-based tactics. And if you really want to play Lone Wolf, like 1 unit, and have a good, fun gameplay experience, this is just the wrong game, right? If you want that sort of narrative in your gameplay, you should just play Stone Shard. It's a really good game. Don't play Battle Brothers for a single unit. Do this with the squad-based tactics. It just makes more sense. Yeah, it's not Battle Brother, it's Battle Brothers. Anyway. Alright, so Fulio here. 9 lives. Fruits of Labor is a maybe. So this bro, we're gonna use Spear Flurry. Is there any world where I'd want to use some opportunistic spear walls? Oh my goodness. Maybe. Maybe. So spear wall on a one-handed spear, it's not actually 30 fatigue. This is showing a generic tooltip that's inaccurate. It's actually, I'm pretty sure it's 20. Or even less? I'm pretty sure it's 20. I can't remember because it's so bad. But I could see myself wanting to do that. So spears have a reach of 5. If we have 3 allies next to us, that brings our reach up to 8. That gives us more reach than any enemy in the game. So we actually don't need Shield Expert to get there, because we're going to put Fulio here, and then we're going to put Antiwian here, is essentially how we'll end up doing it. And we're going to make a wedge. We're going to make a wedge. So this bro needs to be ultra defensive, basically. Still playing Theory Brothers? You love to see it. How do you feel about the squad out of 10? Like a 6. Like a 6. Lower tier spears have a small discount on spear wall, but fighting spear costs 30. Ah, okay. So we're probably just going to use the lower tier spears. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. Fighting spear is 30. All right. Thank you, Dark Soul. Happy New Year. I must have been on the naughty list last year. Santa picked Cove. Oh, no. Slice the Elder. Oh, no. Oh, no. Santa was mean. Santa was mean to you. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Glad you're feeling better. Yeah, I think what we do with this brother then is we build him as defensively as possible. And we're going to go all the defensive perks. And he's going to stand in front, and he's going to have his spear, and he's not going to die. That's all Fulio's got to do. He's got to hate beasts, study some books or whatever this nerd does, and not die. That's his whole goal. That's his lot in life. That's what he does. What else? Anything else I want to do with this brother? So survival instinct? Definitely not. Maybe one with the shield. Protecting the head on, right, because we're going to be having the shield wall effect 100% of the time. Protecting the being of a Battleforged brother is relevant, though flexible makes that less of a concern. I don't think we would ever take Shield Expert. I don't think we would need it. Taunt? Regardless, I think we have enough perks to get this bro started. Do we have the perks to get the Chaucer started? Would we ever take Gifted? Would we ever take Fruits of Labor? Either one's fine. What do you mean not take Gifted? I know, right? I thought this was a Slurgy stream. There's a lot of good perks in Reforged. Would you take Gifted over Strength in Numbers if you had to choose one? Oh god, never. Strength in Numbers is like Gifted on absolute crack. Nah, definitely not. The whole reason we're making the wedge is optimizing for strength in numbers. Is Gifted different? Is it not an auto pick? No, it's the same. It's the same. It's just that other perks went up in value. Other perks became a bit better. And the game just plays a little differently. It's pretty much that. If you don't want Gifted, it's Student Second Wind. Student Second Wind. I mean, it might be Second Wind. Second Wind would probably be what we would go with. Second Wind is a little bit awkward with On Guard, though. Maybe not really. If we have 2 enemies miss an attack against us, then we get up to... So let's say, hypothetical turn, we start with 9 AP. We attack once with an enemy that's in melee with us, and then we riposte. All right, so we spent 4 and then 7. So we've got 2 AP. If we wait, the enemies attack us. Will that ever happen? Are we gonna be fast? Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, let's roll with a hypothetical. If that happens, oh, and actually, hold up. Do we just take this? We probably just take this Man of Steel. Solve for armor penetrating damage entirely. That's probably just it. I forgot that was there. Yeah, probably just Man of Steel. Anyway, we'll finish the hypothetical. If 2 enemies attack us and we had waited, we get 1 more attack. Kind of nice. Question for the Sturgy community looking to bro without any context. At what melee attack level do you guys switch off of spears and weapons that don't give a bonus to hit chance? Are you talking about in vanilla? You probably have your numbers or thought process completely backwards to my thought process. I really should just do like a spear video. Early game. Yeah, I need a whole video. Too much to explain. Too much to explain. Too much to explain. Does Man of Steel affect Puncture? I don't think it will. I think Puncture just completely ignores this. I suspect. I don't know that for sure, but I'm fairly sure. Puncture is just going to completely ignore reductions to armor penetration. Puncture just bypasses it entirely. So then Antiwian, our full force hammer bro. This bro is going to be taking medium armor because it's all we have access to. He's got like okay initiative. He's actually not ultra defensive. I think we are going to grab Fruits of Labor. We're not going to need much fatigue because of full force. So, what that probably means, and actually Rebuke's kind of interesting for this brother. Rebuke kind of interesting for Fulio as well. Anyway. Still like Duelist. You know what? So daggers have a reach of 1. Nah. This bro may end up needing to grab Shield Expert anyway. So hammers have a reach of 3. Most of them, like the Fighting Hammer. If we go here, we'll be adjacent to 3 allies, giving us a reach of 6 from Phalanx. We'll have reach advantage against enemies as long as Duelist is active, but as soon as it's gone, we would lose it to a lot of enemies. Maybe that's still fine. Maybe that's still fine. Corrects the Cool has a good answer. Corrects the Cool has a good answer. You either build spears with low melee skill early game to get accuracy on your attack. That's not build, that's just use. Or you build around them for late game with high melee attack to control the battlefield. Is there even a game beyond looking at 12 naked bros measuring the reach of their polearms? No, that's the whole game. So what other perks do we take on this brother? I like that he's got Survivor. Let's see. Probably would grab Skirmisher, actually. We want as high initiative as we can get. I wish we had access to Relentless. What perk group even grants Relentless? Oh, light armor. Interesting. Are fighting spears something in a normal vanilla run that are secretly goated weapon for advanced play? Yes. Yeah, the thing is I don't want to use the wait command on this bro. Like, ever. Because of flexible. And it's the only defensive perk he has. And he's kind of going to be in a dangerous spot. Maybe that's bad. Maybe both of these two brothers are, like, better defensively. Melee defense is kind of weak on all of them. This is some high octane gameplay. You know it. No, I mean, I kind of feel like Foji is better defensive overall. This bro takes Relentless. Is that even true? Do we get a thief this start? We did not. No thief. Still no thief. We got the gambler. Fresh and Furious, kind of interesting. Not gonna take it, but it's cute. The problem is we just don't have that many other meaningful defensive options. It feels like this bro is going to need some improved defenses. Well, maybe he just doesn't get it. Or we position, okay. Does a mod disable the settlements? Is that a rule you set yourself? It's just a rule we set ourselves. No mods are doing it. We just don't ever enter one. Yeah, these two bros are both more defensive. So maybe the hammer just goes to the other side of the formation. So probably not the spear, maybe the sword. Right, so I think it is Fulio with all of these nice defensive perks. With a spear going to here. And Tiwian will have a hammer over here, and that's fine. And then the Chaucer. So the Chaucer and Fulio. I actually really like En Garde right up here as well. And then I think if we wanted to go Would there be a way? No, probably not. Luckily, swords have a reach of 4, like a noble sword. Pretty sure. One misclick could end the run. Yeah, I mean, I think if I did do that misclick, I would actually just like kind of pretend it didn't happen. We would just do nothing in the town, and I would feel terrible. I moved him over there because of rotation. That's right, we got Sir Kells over there. This is fine. I don't know, I'm kind of tempted to still try to get, Nah, we gotta take primary stats. We have plenty of fatigue, though. Not enough resolve. This is too many perks. This is too many perks. Mayhaps we skip Brawny? Man, that seems so crazy. Losing first fight will be legendary content by now? Exactly. That's why I'm doing this. When he does do On Guard, it makes enemies less inclined to attack him. So that's kind of a defensive benefit in itself. So thinking about where he'll be in the formation, it means they're going to attack Fulio and Foji instead. Except for the one who's hanging off of him. Assuming they all just like blanket us, which isn't going to happen most fights, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine. All right, I think we more or less have a sufficient plan for the squad now. I'm going to press this screenshot button. And now we equip the squad and we hit the field. And we completely throw everything we just did out the window, at least for now. So, anyway. So we're going to give the best weapons to the bros with the highest melee skill. And we're going to give our staff sling to our bro with the highest range skill. I guess that's just going to be Tech Fiend at the moment. Okay, now it's time to see if we yeah, no, we're not going to reroll. No matter what the map is, we keep it. No matter what the map is, we keep it. All right, who's beefy? Who's strong defensively? Falsers. So we're going to be not starting with a buckler, sort of sucks. Okay. Okay, so let's put daggers here and here. We can have the drunk start out playing some music for us. Foji's just gonna hang back with his fists for the moment. Who's the music man? Broad metal look 2, at least for now. Yeah, something like this to start out with. Okay. Let's actually have these two swap. Well, I guess we got the bad mood right now. Let's do this. Mood matters a lot at the start. Will become irrelevant later in the run. Not irrelevant, but not relevant to how we're positioning at the moment. So all of these, everyone's gonna get a, you know, a shirt. Hats will be relegated only to these bros. Let's put on these fancy feathered caps. And these bros will get hats. And maybe Foji. Okay, I think that's gonna be how we rock and roll. Loot stuns, yeah. We may use the stun. Right? I don't want to have the item break. I guess if it breaks, we can always pick it up. This is hardened. But I think the power music at the start is totally fine as well. All right. You found a net? Yeah, we start with a net. I think you always start with a net. I think since you start with a fisherman, I think no, they don't always come with a net in Hardened. Do they? I'm not sure. All right. Finally. I've been live for 2 hours and 46 minutes. Here we are. They always start with a net? Okay. Well. Would you look at that? We got the Booba banner, we got the Booba banner. Booba banner almost sounds like the original Star Fox for the SNES. It's like blattle blattle. The one of the characters sounds like that. I think that's Falco. Blattle blattle. And then Peppy's like make mini. I don't remember what ooh, dead end. Interesting. Do a barrel roll. Dead end. Oh, Lord. What does that mean for the seed? Huh. Yeah, maybe east of the T3 town. Let's take a quick peek. Nope. Let's head west. Oh no, I hope it's not a split map. Oh god. Oh no. Split map I think actually might not even be possible to get off the ground to 2,000 crowns. It's rare, but it happens. I don't know how rare it would be with the way Hardened kind of reworked spawning, but none of these are relevant to us. I'm just gonna pick one that we're gonna cancel later. Split map. By split map, what I mean is there's not one contiguous road network connecting all or almost all of the settlements. If this just goes to this resource and doesn't continue on, then we've got a split map. But it does continue on. Okay. But it's going north? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Well. And what do we have for resources here? Maybe you missed a road south? I don't think so. workshop here, but this is going to be a citadel. Yeah. Okay, road continue on. We got some footprints. Hopefully these are some peasants to beat up on. Okay, let's follow these footprints. Just to see if we can beat up on some peasants before probably branching the other way. Oh boy. This is a really long road. All right, so we've now spent almost 2 days with no fights. Peasants. Okay. Peasant and a snack caravan. I don't know if we'll be able to do the snack caravan. We'll see. We need to get some weapons. We've at least got 2 here. Is there any way we can use this high ground? Maybe. We have ranged advantage, so they're going to come to us. Let's see what the other 2... 4? The other 4? Oh my god, there's 6 of them. That's actually a lot of peasants. Okay, I'm already at an inflection point in this fight, considering moving Eldazari here and attacking. We can get Falsers to here. Curse Word to here. The Chaucer to here. Then we have Falsers in the most forward position, which I think is good. Sir Kells and Eldazari will get some surround bonus attacks on this peasant with the knife. Unfortunately, both Antiwian and Curse Word would have an attack on this guy, but they can each only do so from this hex. Regardless, I think we go here. And we wait. Man, the cleavers. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. Cleavers, pickaxes. Oh, man. So one line of play here is Eldazari and Falsers can spear wall. So they're going to run around us in the next round of combat, unless we get melee contact, which actually they'll probably consider to be the case with Eldazari here. So we could have like Sir Kells go here. Attack. Eldazare spear wall. Falsers go here and spear wall. This side just chills back here. So Curse Word can stand exactly where he is. Because we kind of want this peasant to go up and do one single stab. He's the fastest of the peasants as well. No, I guess this guy is because he ran forward and ended his turn. That's fine. Oh boy. Yeah, I think we leave Curse Word right where he is. We can bring like Antiwian. Do I bring Antiwian one hex forward? Probably. He has a hat. Eagledub can step up to here. No hat though. I guess it's fine. That's a fine hex. Now I'm gonna leave Foji right where he is. Let's attack this guy. Okay. Fulia will have step forward. Just to here. He has a hat. Continue into there. Eagledub to here. Good song. So Sir Kells, I'm going to have walk up and attack. Falsters is going to go here and Spear Wall. Spear Wall and Eldazare as well. Very nice. Okay. It's tempting to just do an attack with Eldazare. What would our hit chance be? 76? But I think the Spear Wall is actually probably more correct. Okay, wait on Foji. Wait on Fulio. Yeah, so they're going to wait till the second half of the round because they want us to re-Spear Wall. They're going to try to force that. Wait and wait. Wait. Okay, so that guy moved forward as expected. Good. Wait on Mystic Nemo. Wait on the Chaucer. Yeah, so now there's melee contact. Proud Metallic 2 probably just going to play a fresh song for us. But we're going to wait. We might reposition him to get a stun next turn. Okay. Bad, but fine. Right? We took no hit point damage, so no bleed. Well, we took 2. Less than the requisite 6. And that is, if anyone was going to get hit, we want it to be the bro with good armor. So I think we just go for 2 attacks here. Okay. With Sir Kells, if we hit this guy either body part, I think it's a kill, and then Spear Wall is back active again. Seems good. So we'll re-Spear Wall and wait. I'm not sure I re-Spear Wall on Eldazare. Right? This guy won't have an attack. This guy doesn't have an attack, or like he already ended his turn. These guys all waited. None of them get an attack. So if they move within range, I attack them. They're not going to move within range anyway, right? They're not going to go here against high ground. I mean, and actually if they do, I guess that's fine. I think the attack might be better than the spear wall. We got here once. Eldazar is on a high ground hex, right? I think we wait. I think we want to get the damage output, and I think we're going to attack with him. So I think I don't spear wall. Foji's going to go here just for this round. We do have a little hat. Punch. Fulio's going to chill right here. Okay. So that guy went there, which honestly, fine. Stab, stab, stab. If we step here, we have less crowded. Right now we have minus 5 from crowded, so this will bring it up to 70% chance to hit. That's pretty good. It means we bring Curse Word up and help surround this guy afterwards, and then they get 2 attacks there. I think that seems better. Damn. So do I put Curse Word here? Curse Word is confident. Low hit points at 47 against this cleaver, pretty spooky. Eldazari 44, also spooky. Sir Kells will be able to get an attack. He act first? He will. Yeah, because they all waited. Not only will he get to attack first, Sir Kells and Eldazari still got one this round. So, nice. So let's bring Mystic Nemo a little further forward. Might bring him all the way down here. Yeah, bottom is the hot zone. Bring the Chaucer just to like to here. No, this guy's gonna go far enough forward. I guess it kind of doesn't matter. He's not gonna stop back here. He's gonna go up to here, here, or maybe all the way down here. So I guess if he goes down here, maybe we'd rather be here. Huh? I guess it doesn't matter. Could even go here and attack. Ooh, maybe I like that. I guess this guy still has 5 AP. So probably not. Given how slow this guy is, we get to go before him. So if he runs up to melee contact with us, I guess we're okay with that. Yeah, let's go here. We're faster than him. Okay. Run Broad Metallock up to here, with the intention of playing a battle song. Nice, got that guy fleeing, which means we can attack this guy. Hey. So now Fulio can go here, has a hat. Gets a stab. Here we just attack and miss. Ooh. Good. Good. So this guy does less damage and has a dislocated jaw. Do I approach him to try to just kill him on this turn for the cascade onto this peasant? I kind of think so. We get to attack him with an axe, a dagger, 2 punches, and a pitchfork. And we can cause maybe a... Okay. All right, success. Play a little celebration music. All right. Whew. Whew. I wonder if the main reason for the addition of the new blunt head injuries is to nerf them. Oh, maybe. Yeah, because dislocated jaw really isn't that bad. All right. Falster's got hit once, but otherwise pretty clean. Hey, that's some good loot right there. That is excellent. Hats. We love hats. Ah, I could wear a hat all day. Tasty. Tasty, tasty, tasty. Okay. And we might fight these caravan hands. Spooky. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, but probably yes. Be back in a moment. I've returned. Okay. So we have hats and weapons. Do I attack this caravan? Probably. We at least take a look. We attacked the city we came from. Funny. Now we just need 12 more of these battles. Yeah, it takes a long time to level up. 3 to 5 caravan hands. Actually, yeah, 3 to 5, right. Yes. No, it's 4 to 5. Hey, Happy New Year's null pointer exception. The old classic NPE. All right, stun on battle on loot is actually pretty relevant. We want to be using that. Okay. Let's get a little closer. Favorite NPE when an array had only 10 fields, but your code thought it had infinite. Infinite is bigger than 10. I may not be an expert with mathemagics, but I know that's true. No, we should be using the loot. Mystic Nemo will use the loot. Okay. This is a spooky fight. Extremely spooky fight. We might not do it. We might simply run. Right? Interesting little terrain here. Might run to there. Let's see what enemy looks like first. Four. I guess we knew that before they approached. That's not bad. This isn't bad. As long as we blow up the two with the short swords, this isn't bad. Yeah, this isn't bad at all. So I think we scoot and shoot. We go up this way. We're not going to make use of this terrain. This doesn't really make sense for us, I don't think. We want the open ground. We outnumber them. We like to surround them. Yeah, one's got no hat. I mean, we might be able to either dagger this guy down or just get lucky with a headshot and get an armor. That's the dream. Let's just get lucky. Duh. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna scoot and shoot. Could maybe run Fulio up onto like high ground. They won't engage him if he's up here. I think that's actually pretty okay. Got our two farm hands with a big chunk and hit point pools up here. Yeah, let's go there. Null pointer exception. Thank you for the Prime sub. Play a little battle music. All right. Do we jump on them? Probably no. I think the way we do this, most likely. I appreciate their symmetry, right? We can make it so that only this caravan hand can reach us and still get like one free attack in. That's one way of doing it. I guess this guy as well, because he's got the dagger. The 3 AP attack. The other alternative, I mean, there's two different ways we could do this. I mean, they ran forward and ended their turn. Actually, yeah, they ran forward and ended their turn, and we just waited. Like, how fast are we? Not fast enough. I was gonna say, could we kind of double turn them? Basically, only Eagledub gets to do that. We get a lot of attacks on these two guys. I don't love the way backing up looks because we start to run into these bushes. We kind of have to stagger a bit in a way that I don't want to. All right, we can get the Chaucer here, curse word there, Falsers here. Can we put enough damage on this caravan hand to kill him? Reasonably likely. Eagle by moving and attacking and ending turn, we'll be able to go before this caravan hand. So potentially could repel at the start of next turn too, to reduce their damage output, which would be kind of cute. I like that. So we're going to move forward, attack here. We're probably going to repel at the start of next round after we engage them. That's a good start. Pierce leg muscles. Actually, now we're faster than him as well. Pretty much everyone's going to be faster than him. Does that change what we do with the rest of the round? Probably. So curse word going to be faster than them. Well, oh boy. Yeah, this is actually pretty good, huh? No, we still just go to here. I don't want to block our ranged attack. Pretty good. Does that mean we back up? Oh my goodness. And the reason we would back up is just so that this guy doesn't get two dagger attacks. He would just get one. Going way too well. Oh yeah, my foot was stuck on the pedal. Yeah, no, I think we back up here. Someone needs to die to compensate. Brutal. And T-Ween, I think we end turn right here. Do I bring Fulio down? Yeah, just to like here. The Chaucer's got a big enough pile of hit points. I think we can actually still go Falsers here. The Chaucer here. The Caravan Hand gets up here and attacks Falsers twice. I think that's fine. It's just the butter knife. He's got good armor. So if we do it that way, then I actually want to move Fulio here. Is that what I want? I think so. So go here with the Chaucer, and instead of waiting, we're going to attack. Because we're going to be faster than him next turn. We'll do 2 attacks here. Okay. Just move Broad Metallic 2 to here. Okay. Lovely. Seeing a squad size, I didn't even notice if there was a Kingsguard appropriate road to the northern city. Oh yeah, we should look. I'm gonna sneeze. It's coming. Wrong button, wrong button. Wrong button. I meant to hit toggle mic. Okay, let's play our song and go up here. Be ready to knock out. Yeah, not only, yeah, that was a misclick. Wait on Broad Metallic 2. Wait on Antiwian. Wait on Foji. Wait on Fulio. I think we attack with Eagle Dub. We don't need to push him back if he's dead. Okay, so the dangerous double grip swords are taken care of. In fact, we got one of them, nice. So now these caravan hands. Could potentially surround and blow one up and then puncture the other. We don't have that many knives. Yeah, they are looking puncturable. I mean, it kind of depends on what happens with morale checks. So one option would be, given that we have hats on everyone, let them approach us. They'll get 2 attacks in, which is like kind of bad, but fine. And then surround them. Or we just go for a surround on this guy now. We've got so many units. You know, he's already breaking. He's ready to just go to fleeing. Can we get the full surround before his turn? No. So we almost don't want him to go to fleeing, because then he'll try to run and we'll get the attacks of opportunity. We kind of want this armor. So I think that's actually incorrect. Even though we could break him. I want to break him and get his armor. If possible, right? We're not going to do anything where we risk death. But as long as we've got our linen tunics intact, the butter knives don't quite do enough damage. Not with 2 attacks. Biblical amounts of greed? True. Of course, the other way of doing it would be just to simply blow up this guy. We're more interested in this body armor here. So if we did do that, we could surround him. I'm going to assume he's probably going to go to fleeing. That's enough resolve checks, right? Because we get to do... First one didn't count, so 1... Yeah, only like 2... No, we let them get their 2 stabs. I guess we don't want them to both stab the Chaucer, though. Nah, this guy's gonna go here. He wants to optimize for 2 attacks. Do we even have daggers? Yeah, we've got a few. We've got 3 total. So we'd have to fully surround them. A little bit sketchy. So who has the daggers? Let's take a quick peek. Falsers, Circels, and Eldazare. Okay, we're gonna go for stun. Yes. I might still attack here anyway. Only Circels is going to get 1. Okay. That's fine. We got what we needed. We got what we needed. Run them down. Okay. All right. Who is the imposter? The real Splurgy would never. Yeah, well. Ooh, that's good. We got a thick tunic. We got more hats. Another dagger. Short sword's pretty damaged. Ammo, tools. Hey, that's pretty good. We got some more bandages. We're gonna grab all of this, except for the peat. Really good fight. Really good fight. They still don't even hate us. Incredible. Thick tunic. A thick boy. You love to see that. That's great. Okay. Hats for everyone, hats for everyone, hats for days. Old wooden shield as well, which is very good. And we unequip the stuff we don't want to fix up. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We keep walking along the road. There are more footprints headed yonder way. Would you look at that? I see a tasty snack. I see a tasty snack. So we are going to have a snack. All right, so let's equip these bandages. Let's re-equip our weapons, and actually we're gonna look at putting on this short sword on someone. So who do we give the short sword to? Now it's a little bit low on durability, so it's gonna like straight up break at some point. Short sword is pretty underwhelming compared to vanilla, just because it has the same reach as other, like a lot of them anyway, except the Butcher's Cleaver, which has a reach of 1. But a lot of these weapons all have a reach of 3. Short sword has the same. It's short, I guess. I love bananas because they got no bones. Low durability isn't bad in these fights. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's possible the heavier armor ones do. But let's put this on Fulio. And we're gonna use this old wooden shield. I wonder if the way I should be doing this is, let's give the Chaucer with a big pile of hit points the wooden shield, the spear, so we'll always have reach advantage, right? Then he'll shield wall. And the good armor. Even though his base melee defense is low, that's fine. He's got a little bit lower damage potential with the 48 melee skill at the moment anyway. So we're using the spear just for reach advantage purposes, not really to attack with. Just so they don't get the bonus against us. Day 3, no fights. Also day 3, all hats, all weapons. That's true. Yeah. All within the span of 1 day. Pretty dramatic. Pretty dramatic. All right, 4 to 5 total caravan hands. Let's do this. Another group of 4. Some scattered high ground hexes that they'll probably just get caught up on and approach us in a staggered way. That's a good thing. Okay. Not bad. They did not get hung up on the high ground. So let's go up and to the left too. We'll scoot and shoot. I am still going to sling a stone at this caravan hand, despite a tasty armor with a less threatening weapon. Had to be done. Okay, that's right. Fulio's got the other chunk and hit point pool. Okay. Choices, choices, choices. So one way I see of doing this, moving the Chaucer here, we get attacks with a bunch of reach weapons. The caravan hands like to shield wall before approaching, so they get no attacks. If they move an attack, then they're not shield walling, and we can blow them up in response, and they only got one non-double gripped attack in, which seems acceptable, right? Given that everyone has hats, that's lethal nowhere, and then we get full surrounds. So that seems pretty good. Yeah, that seems pretty good. I guess that's it. That's the whole... That's the shtick. That's the whole thing. So we just position ourselves to blow up this guy and have just enough units around these guys to be ready to tango. Okay. Would you miss an attempt one? Well, Cruise a Complex, you died. You were there. You do remember death? Yeah, unfortunate. Oh. Well, that's not what I expected. Well. Okay. Tech Fiend foreshadowing what's to come? Apparently so. I guess we'll just do attacks here now. It's a little crowded. Could wait, but I'd rather go before him next round. So let's not. Oh man, pierced arm. Okay. All right. Yeah, he had a 50 armor, though we did damage it with one of the stones beforehand. Stand up. I can't. I'm stuck. Let's get Mystic Nemo forward for a stun. Let's go here with the Chaucer and actually shield wall just for this caravan hand so that he has a bad option that he probably will take, especially if we go here and don't even need to wait, we can just end turn because they're going to go before us. So wait. I think we just wait everywhere else as well. This is the turn where they come to us, basically. So they're probably going to shield wall, take a step forward, which is totally fine. Or shield wall, sit still, move forward at the end of the round, where we're already going to surround them. So I think we're fine with either one of those outcomes. So wait. I move next to his friend, which means we can surround him. He ended his turn though, so he's gonna have like a little bit higher. A little bit higher initiative. Do I throw a stone? That's tasty. Dazed. All right. So we can blow up this guy and then probably just blow up this guy too. And this guy's gonna go to breaking. So I'm not too worried about putting Mystic Nemo in what looks like a surround. And we're gonna wait because we're gonna stun this guy at the end of the round. I don't want to wait on Eldazara. We will be faster than him because of the extra attacks that we're going to do. Wow. Okay. Still go for stun here. Man, this guy's gonna get 2 attacks. That's unfortunate. Or 1, I guess, if he chooses to do 1. Okay, take a step back so we're not crowded. Alright. Okay, clean. No damage taken. Ooh. Alright. Got ourselves that rugged surcoat. We just grab everything. Lots of shields. Very nice. Very, 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 very nice. Alright. To conserve tools, of course, we unequip. But we're off to a very nice start here. Now let's keep fixing up that one. Alright. And do I put the rugged surcoat on someone? I think I do. I think we spend the tools to fix up this. Give it to Eldazara. Alright, so it's going to take 5 tools to fix those up. Not too bad. What was the time? 8 hours. Okay. Probably this won't be fixed up fully in time by the next battle. I go 2 days without fighting, and now I just assume that it's going to happen more frequently than 8 hours from now. It is unlikely that these footsteps are something we're going to want to fight, though they did. They're kind of faint footprints. I think we just let those go. Ooh, 4 to 6 thralls and a warhound. Spicy. Very spicy.
Might be a deserter in a forest. I mean, that's true. We should at least start trying to look for it. We are going to get an event relatively soon. But why? Javelins. Which is also a reason why not. And tons of experience. Caravan hands also give absolutely garbage experience. So... So we're looking at 4 to 5 thralls and a warhound. We've got hats. Thanks for all the amount of time you spend planning your bros. It really helps new players understand the intricacies. Well, you're welcome, Red Shirt. Though, if you're looking to extrapolate onto vanilla, you need not do what I just did. That's for sure. And a lot of this planning is kind of specific too. Let's get there where there's a road. Okay. Specific to the challenge run. Okay, so unlikely that the knives will be relevant. Let's get shields across the front. Wish I had one more decent armor. What I think I'm gonna do... Yeah, thralls don't wear any armor, really, no puncture targets, right, exactly. I mean, the knives don't hurt anything to have, because they don't have any weight, but yeah, they're basically doing nothing. If we get one fully surrounded, right, I mean, it's rare, but there's at least the possibility of wanting to puncture one. So what I'm thinking is... I'm gonna find the chunkier hit point pools. Give them shields. Where's our other chonky boy? I thought I had one more. There's Fulio. That's my chonky boy. That's my chonky boy. That's my chonk chonk. Gonna have them shield wall all adjacently. Like. And I guess like a hit squad over to the side. They're gonna shield wall all together. To decrease the damage from javelins, but also decrease the damage from, or chance of being hit, I guess, from the cleavers and such. I'm not going to use a net in this fight, so I'm just going to leave it behind. I don't know. We'll put it in Mystic Nemo's pocket. It might just live there for a little bit. Boy, the 2% short sword, that feels questionable. 3% Malicious Spear as well. Those are so low durability. Maybe the risk of them breaking is too high, even just to a single Thrall's armor. Maybe I don't bother with these two weapons whatsoever. Yeah, Malicious Spear with 3 durability points left. That just doesn't seem like enough, does it? I don't think so. This run seems very stressful. You're already pumping blood pressure pills. Yeah, well. It is. That's not inaccurate. Okay. I think I've got the team how I want. Okay. Warhound must have already waited. It's weird. Usually they run forward at the start of the round. They really wait? They have no javelins in their backpack at all? Man, I was really hoping for some crude javs. Yeah, none. Alright, I guess we wait. We just wait and let them come to us. Yeah, they're rocking some 50 armors, like a bunch of 50 armors. Probably just gonna end up just destroying them. Barbarians just in general have pretty good resolve. 70 on a Thrall, right? I don't anticipate them going to fleeing too quickly. Yeah, I think we just wait across the board and let them run into us. Alright, so what does this look like? What does our engage look like here? These three probably gang up on this Warhound and just take him out. These boys are all going to shield wall, I think. Get the shield wall adjacency rocking and rolling fully and completely. Broad Metallic 2 may as well grab this high ground hex. Yeah, I think so. That's a good start. Could have Eaglet Up go here. And then bottom gonna look to, I guess they're about the same. We got like a slightly better helmet on Eaglet Up though. These are the weirdest thralls, no antlers, too much armor, and no jabs. Yeah, exactly. These are weird. These are very weird thralls. Okay, got the stun. Alright. Okay. Went for the spear because it's the only one. It'll have reach advantage. It'll be the one with the most likely chance to hit us. Could riposte. Right? Riposte is kind of interesting. I think it's worth doing. They're faster than me, right? It even unlocks the option, if I wanted, of splitting these two boys here and here then. Is that what I want? Maybe. Oof. Okay. All right. Tech Fiend in serious danger. Oh, man. This sucks. The two bros with the push, with Repel, are up here on top. Eagledub and Broad Metal Luck 2. So goal will be blow up one, push the other. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Big yikes. They really focused a lot of attacks on Tech Fiend there, huh? Pierced arm muscles means it's less likely for him to succeed with the knockback. That's tough. But they've got big enough hit point pools that we're not going to be able to take them down. So Eagledub, I think we just attack here. If possible, if we can kill this Thrall, that means Falsters can hop over and do a shield push. Right, so I think that's going to be important. Which means I might even go here just for adjacency purposes. Right, this also lets us move Broad Metal Luck 2 to here and then attack. Now this does mean it's going to be less likely for us to be able to use these bros later in the combat, like rounds 3+. However, it just seems really important to bail out Tech Fiend now. So we go here for additional hit chance, less crowded. All right. I'm gonna do one attack and wait. Yeah, one attack and wait. Because I want to see if anyone else can hit this Warhound, so we can move up and come join. Eldazara, again, no push or anything. So I think we go like here and attack here. We're not going to be able to get an attack later in the round if we succeed with our shield pushing and such. So we may as well attack now while it is available. Okay, good attack. Sir Kells will have an attack later if we want it. Given that we could be lethal in a single attack against this Thrall, probably what we do is with Mystic Nemo we attack once and move out of the way, so Sir Kells can get an attack here. So let's wait. Curse word, one attack. Excellent. So then we can move up and be ready to help out the team here. So let's go here and attack just here. And won't be crowded or anything, so do I need to move? No, shouldn't need to move. Can stay right here. Don't think we need to move for any reason, right? No, we do. Falsters will go here. Yeah, let's take a step back. Less crowded on the attack. Antiwian, do I want to engage this guy directly? No. Not really. If I go here and in turn, I am faster than him for next round. I guess maybe I should have done that with Curse Word too then, huh? That's fine. 2 attacks from the Claw Club aren't going to be enough to be lethal anyway. So let's go there. So now Fulio, I was going to push. I mean, attacking is close to just as effective. We're going to wait because we're going to see if Sir Kells can get a kill here, which would mean Fulio can push up. We also are going to move here with Falsers and push this guy, or attempt to push that guy, which will make Fulio's turn change. So we're going to wait here. Go here, push. Very important push. Tech Fiend is obviously going to wait. Would there be an argument for attacking ever? No. Because if anything, we might still need to push to send him down here and then walk away. So let's wait. The Chalicer, do we do anything other than just attack? No? Alright, free armor. Casual 2 headshots. Alright. Alright, cool. That ended up fine. So now we can move Fulio here and attack this guy. And riposte. So then Tech Fiend can go here. Technically, once he goes here, this guy can't get to us because of zone of control, so we can actually take a step back and use the bandages now. Chalicer doing magic tricks as always, yeah. Oh, right. He runs away. He runs away. Alright, so these guys are basically not doing anything for the rest of the fight. It's over. Well. Got an injury, however, we were able to use the bandages and treat it. Leather headband. Boy, new dropping rules make it so that this can drop. Interesting. 8 tools. Hey, 8 tools, 20 ammo. And most importantly, a lot of experience. That was way more experience than we got from any of the previous fights. Hey, you love to see it. Use the bandages, we never do that. Slurgy's learning. Slurgy's finally figuring it out. Getting very close to level 2. Ooh, baby. Very exciting. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and then we're gonna equip, unequip, and continue our adventures. Be back in just a moment. All right, I am back. What does the bandage do besides removing bleed? It makes it so that an injury is treated just like you visited the temple. Meaning it will go away faster under most circumstances. Okay, so we're gonna have plenty of tools to fix up our armors. Let's go ahead and put this animal hide armor on Falsers. Fulio can get a thick tunic. Probably I'm gonna keep this setup of shields on the front line. Actually, this sort of arrangement might be more or less correct for fighting caravan briggies as well. No other shirts or hoods or hats really need to be moved around, I don't think. let's equip a bandage on... Didn't Tech Feed bandage himself? I guess he grabbed the one from the inventory, huh? Eldazara. Sure. So let's unequip. We may need to move armors before the next fight. Just purely if they haven't fully fixed up themselves yet. Here's the deal, Chaucer. There's not a soul out here who isn't scared. Dang. I was hoping for the plus resolve, especially on the Chaucer, since he's got Craven. That doesn't affect the outcome of that event, does it? I'm curious. No, okay. Dang. We would have really liked the Chaucer specifically to gain a little bit of resolve. Oh well. Alright, we'll take a quick peek on this mountain. Schneeberg. Salt mine. I'm gonna guess that this road goes to just like a isolated settlement. Based on what I'm seeing for the map gen here. Okay. Just checking on the status of who hates us and how much and why. Nobody hates us yet, but it's right around the corner. Speaking of right around the corner, let's fight. Probably will move some armors. So like this isn't fully fixed up yet. So let's just do this. Tech Fiend gets a leather tunic. Actually, maybe... No, I guess that is how I'm gonna do it. Stunsick, oh yeah, Stunsick, but definitely better than Cleaver. Way better than Cleaver, in fact. And actually what I'm gonna do... Give the best armors to Tech Fiend, with the idea being, with this pierced arm muscle, we're just gonna shield wall anyway, and that's all we're... That's it. That's just all that bro's gonna do. You're back for a few minutes. How's the last 2 hours gone? You know, we decided to make a team, and now we're even playing with them, if you can believe it. Okay. Let's fight. Nobody's died. The important piece of information there, I suppose. Oof. Ooh, spooky weapons. Spooky weapons on these caravan hands. Oh boy. Oh boy. Any interesting builds different from the last run you're hyped about? Probably the one I'm most excited about is Eagledub here is going to be a ultimate bro, ultimate ally bro, who's going to be giving melee defense, range defense, AP, additional He's going to be giving broadcasting stats on everyone while still throwing some axes. Okay. All right. These are spooky weapons. Very spooky weapons. It's the same weapon 3 times. The reason it's spooky is if they happen to hit the head. Good thing we got helmets. Oof. So we're going to scoot and shoot. We want to get as much damage onto them as we can. They're also well armored. I mean, this guy doesn't have a shield, so we're going to target him with as much damage as possible. But still, very spooky. Very, very, very spooky. Must be scary to be a caravan and come across a group. Yeah, that's true. We very much outnumber them, that's for sure. Okay, let's see where this guy goes. All right. Sorry about the coffin. We're just gonna scoot and shoot more. Kind of have to. Techfiend is confident. Sorry about the coffin, foreshadowing your bro's death. I hope not. Other coffin, different coffin. Okay, good. That was very important. Okay. See where they go? Could potentially get a little stoop from Mystic Nemo for next turn, depending on how they move forward. If they move forward. Interesting. Breaking their turn up into being split because of this dazed, it's a little bit awkward. Guy technically has a little AP still. Scoot and shoot with one low range skill slingshot, bro, but probably worth it. I mean, yeah, it's still worth, right? It's absolutely worth. These battles are very, very sharp. Things can go bad very quickly. I don't want them to be able to use this tree. We're gonna do a baby backup. Grab this high ground hex on our range bro. I didn't expect he would go there. Well, we're gonna wait on Antiwian. We can't move him forward. Eagletub can walk up and attack. Slightly better hit chance than Broad Metallic 2. I don't think the Caravan Hand will engage him, and even if he does, it's fine. So we'll wait there. Deciding if I want to put Folio here or not. Big hit point pool. Full durability hat. Because I want to go here and attack, not shield wall. Otherwise, Tech Fiend would maybe do it. I think we do. Very nice. Don't these guys try to... Yeah, they do. They do. They absolutely do. If their hit chance is low, that's what they'll go for. I think we still put Sir Kells here and try to get the finishing blow here. That way we get... Well, is that true? No, I think we occupy this hex. We wait on Sir Kells. I think we wait. Wait. I could send Tech Fiend forward and Shield Wall. The benefit to doing that is there's no chance of them surrounding Folio, and I'd rather have it be Tech Fiend. They don't have Executioner. But we are confident, so the Shield Wall would be better for Tech Fiend. Has the best armor. And I will wait because I want it to just hang on for a little bit longer. Could move here with Falsers. Make sure this guy can't escape our zone of control. Feels pretty important. And we're probably going to end up just shield walling on all these bros, but let's wait. I guess wait. Okay. We'll swing the hit squad around. Tempted to just collapse on him now. It is tempting, but I think we're not quite not quite there. Yeah, that was good. We're faster than him, right? Yeah. We're gonna collapse on this guy for sure. All right, get as much damage as we can. I mean, I think we should be able to just straight up kill him. Might go here just for... No? I don't think so. Well, maybe. Doesn't say for shield wall adjacency. Fulio's going to be able to shield wall. Yeah, I think so. Ah. This guy has to die. Can't let him get 2 attacks on Antiwian. So do I do 2 attacks here? I guess so. We just want this guy to die. Alright, so Foji here. I don't think there's any deviation from that we would ever do. Oops. All right. No deviation needed. All right, we get an attack from... All right, we get 2 morale checks. 5 attacks. This guy's dead. Yeah. Okay. Clean. And that rugged surcoat. When you take off the head, it comes completely undamaged. Well. Oh, level 2. Oh. What's our crown situation? 792. All right, we're above. We're like basically equalized. I was a little worried about some of the crowns falling just a little bit earlier. All right. So many student picks. Nah. Nah. No student picks. I don't think, anyway. Oh, no. Shit. All right. So thinking about what we're eventually going to do with the Chaucer and how we're going to use them. Damn. Short swords and hatchets, what's even the difference between the two? Hatchet's just better. That's basically it. No riposte. Yeah. Oh, hatchet has a reach of 2. Never mind. I thought it would be 3. It's just 2. Didn't even look. Given how many early game weapons have a reach of 3, I probably end up using the short sword in a lot of cases. Huh. Okay. Well. Would I ever deviate from this set of perks? No? No. Maybe. So the one that could get cut, excuse me, would be Brawny. Because the thing is if push came to shove... Actually, now hold on. Let's think about this even a little bit longer. Based on where we're going to put them, once we stay them out, if we just simply riposte every turn, is that bad at all? The answer? No. Yeah, he can likely go without Brawny. He's not going to need that much fatigue to function fully. Exactly, and 3 MDef is 3 MDef. I'm even gonna go so far as to say, maybe he doesn't take Sword Mastery either. That's like a maybe. Or maybe more accurately, we don't need to take Finesse. I'm not sure. Right? Because I think these skills are the same cost as a Noble Sword. I think these are the same. Right? Oh, we're gonna get the extra AP because of, never mind. Now, hold on. No. I know why I'm doing it this way. We're getting the extra AP from, our broadcast boy. From our, Inspiring Presence dude. Right. Okay. That's why I set these up ahead of time. It's a lot to remember. So I do actually want these fatigue reductions. Right, because what I would like is 8. Nah, this is actually 10. On a big, serious weapon. I think the Noble Sword... God, I kind of don't like that these are all different across different weapons. I think the Noble Sword, the slash is 10. I think that's true. I mean, it is in vanilla. I'm pretty sure it's 10 in this as well. So, like, I think Arming Sword and Noble Sword. I think? Man, I don't know. But if that's the case, yeah, we get to bring it down to 6 with these two. So yeah, we can slash twice and riposte. God, that's pretty good. But maybe that's less important. I don't think he's going to need the Brawny. But I really think we want the melee defense. Like, really, really want the melee defense. I even almost think, like, Fruits of Labor is... Like, if we think about even purely looking at stamina, right? Let's pretend all we're looking at is stamina. Just for a moment. Fatigue, whatever. Stamina is basically just, like, maximum fatigue. Let's say we've got some pretty heavy armor on. Let's say it's... Do I go all the way up to 50? Let's say 50. Screw it. Let's say we've got 50 fatigue worth of armor on. You know, Brawny's looking at, 50 times 0.3. Boy, I should be able to do that mental math. 15. 5% of 117 is almost 6. Right, so that's even close to the amount that Brawny is, and also increases some other stats that do matter to us. Because, like, even Fruits of Labor is, like, reasonable, right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But I think this is probably the play. It's probably these perks. Yeah, minus 40 body, minus 20 helmet, brownies, plus 18 fat, which is probably about the heaviest we'd ever have him wear. Most like, I mean, I don't know, it could get heavier, but then it'll get heavier until it gets lighter. Yeah, I think we just grab Gifted on this level. I think I'm alright with Gifted here. I really am. I do kind of wish that I could somehow, like if he had more starting initiative, I could get like Tempo and Flexible and Relentless and get the reduced armor taken from both Reforged and Flexible because of how good that is, but I don't think this bro quite gets there. I think he just doesn't. He just doesn't quite get there. We're going to be asking a lot out of the Chaucer. On guard, giving bonus melee defenses while it's active is huge. Absolutely massive. So, yeah. So, melee skill, melee defense, we're going to take those basically every single level. I could take one opportunistic +4 in hit points on this level, since we're going to take Gifted, and I'll put the +4 in Resolve. And that seems pretty alright. For a farmhand with only high HP, fat, and resolve with -10 from Craven, it's asking a lot. Yeah, I mean we're asking a lot out of this brother. We are asking a lot out of this brother. We also, on this brother, do not have a tool, which makes me so nervous. We do not have a tool to substantially reduce incoming damage from high... oh, yes we do. We have Mana Steel. I was about to make a false statement. I was about to tell a fib. Can't believe it. I was about to say, we have no way of protecting ourselves from heavy armor penetrating damage attacks. Yes, we do. We have Mana Steel. Alright, moving on. Yeah, patently wrong statement was almost made. Ugh. For shame. Yeah, I think we just grab Colossus on Aldazare. Seems pretty straightforward. That's just what we do. Boom. This is a ranged brother. It's going to be a bow bro. A bow bro that we're going to get up to 70 melee skill with no problem. So that we can get our base melee defense. Excuse me, is that... no, hold on. Yeah, range defense. Range defense. Which we do care about, actually. Yeah, we're going to be taking a lot of juicy +5 HPs on this bro. That's just the way of it. The way things are. Definitely taking a juicy +3 melee skill on this level. We're going to take probably 2 more +3s before the end of his leveling journey. But I don't anticipate using this brother in melee very often at all. But he always can. And that's the thing, is like, even with like a pole reach weapon, could be a legitimate choice against certain types of enemies. And yeah, we can't skip ranged. We always take ranged, because that's going to be the future for this brother. So we take that every level. Even if it's a +2, we always take it. So, curse word. Boy. On curse word, if I want to get value from discovered talent, I have to take it now. Right now, talent stars are not where we want them, except for initiative because flexible. And even that is like, boy, we low rolled there. That's unfortunate. But I think we probably do grab Discovered Talent. I don't know. If this level up bad is bad, you could take Discovered Talent to re-roll it. No, I think the way it works is every time you spend a level up. Oh, I see. Wait. No. Actually, I don't know. How does that work? Right when he hits level... Ooh, I don't... So you'd have to level up only the stats here. Then when he hits level 3, check it. If you don't like it, you take Discovered Talent. Would that work? And then Discovered Talent would... No, I don't know. Right? Every time you spend a level up. But maybe you spent the level up, so you have to take the perk before you act. I actually don't know. I don't know. It's probably applies talent stars after clicking the OK button here, so you have to take Discover Talent first for it to work that way. You need to have it for it to proc. It won't pass. Yeah, right. That's, yeah. So I think if we're going to take it, we take it now. And we grab these ones. Eventually, we're going to want some initiative because we're going to try to optimize armor durability with flexible. And initiative's still good early, but I kind of like not having 47 hit points. And our talent star goes to initiative. Okay. I mean, that's fine, actually. Initiative is totally fine. So we're gonna unequip so that we don't repair stuff we don't want to repair. All right. Yeah, the plus initiative is fine. The other thing too is that now, since plus initiative got chosen, Discovered Talent like brings you up to 3 stars, so initiative is now out of the pool for the things that will be rolled in the future, so it's fine. Quick question, since you haven't done this in a while. The first fight with a mercenary group shouldn't make you hostile against any noble house, correct? So are you doing this in vanilla or are you doing this in Hardened? If you're doing it in vanilla, it yeah, absolutely does make you hostile with them. Oh, no, well, not necessarily. If it's hired by, check who they're hired by. Sometimes they're hired by the faction, sometimes they're hired by the town. So you need to hover over their unit card to see that information first. Is it worth moving swapping bros with pitchforks, warforks around so you have push on each side of the formation? Yeah, it is. It does. Yes. Future Bible Hero, let's, when I assign weapons, I'm going to do that. It's a good call. If they're hired by the town, does the town go hostile? Yeah. Yep. Speaking of hostile. So yeah, let's move the pitch and warforks over. Let's just do... Let's have these 2 swap spots. Okay. They're coming right for us. Ooh, kind of cute high ground. It's nighttime, so our hit chance is going to be low. But I don't hate just like shield walling, putting like Tech Fiend here. Seems pretty alright to me. And actually what I might do is intentionally leave this hex open. This guy might try to go there and then he just immediately dies. Gets no attack in. Does not pass go, does not collect $200. Play just a little music. Is this even worth the attack with the ranged weapon? Probably. Fractured hand, was that minus 5%, right? Or is it more, 25? 20. None of the above. Okay. It's a stick! It's a stick boy! Haha! Did just what I thought he would. So, let's see if we can get some damage with some other bros before Broad Metallic 2 goes after him. Because we might attack down to the low ground there. Okay, got the stun. We attack here and then we just move out of the way. So Sir Kells can get an attack. I might just go for regular attack, not stun. Could also even push him. I think we just do 2 regular attacks. Yeah. I guess Tech Fiend's pretty unlikely to hit. But could go here just to shield wall. Actually, I think that's fine. Okay. He hit me. He's aggressive. Okay. Ooh, level ups. Even from peasants? Wonderful. Tattered sackcloth. Beggars can't be choosers. Okay, let's make sure... Okay. I wanted to make sure that factions didn't, like, hate us yet as we walk past this, like, huge whatever it is we're going to walk past. All right. Armor got chonked a bit. We'll look at our level ups here first. All right. Idrock helmet and tattered sackcloth build. You love to see it. Future Bible hero gets it. He understands. All right, this is going to be a ranged brother. Not one of the ones that has access to bows, but does have access to phalanx, which is kind of interesting. One with the shield, Adrock helmet, sackcloth combo. That's the dream. One with the shield, Indom, Idrock helmet. Some silliness. Okay. We do want to get up to 70 base melee skill regardless of anything else. Just like in general. So I think 2 melee skill is fine. It's actually also quite good right now. I think we just do straight down here. And this may just end up being a phalanx thrower we've got on the edge of the formation. And is ready to swap weapons to something? Shit. Maybe even this? Right? Maybe another sword? Just for on guard? Throw stuff, throw stuff, throw stuff. They come close. On guard. Enemy attacks. We counterattack, they die. No enemies in melee with us. Swap weapons. Throw stuff, throw stuff. I don't know. We're looking at something that's a little bit ammo hungry in a way that I'm concerned with. We'll see. This seed may not be able to support that to the extent that I'd like it to. In any case, I think we like these stats. And I think we like 9 lives. Duh. Okay, on Eagledub. This is going to be a brother who's going to be very special. Standing in a special hex at the center front of the wedge, broadcasting extra action points onto 4 brothers. And from that vantage point, he will stand and he will throw stuff. Yeah, 13 range defense. Very good. Right? So once he's got his shield up and shield walling, and truthfully, since we don't anticipate this brother coming into contact with enemies ever, I guess, his can just be a kite shield forevermore. So I'm a little bit tempted by fast adaptation on this level. I think it's totally reasonable. We also don't need to take hybridization. We don't need to get melee skill on this brother ever. I don't think I'm going to bother with it. Fast adaptation is hella tempo. It's not only hella tempo, but like, you know, this brother, look, even with entrenched, even with strength and number, we've only got 40 base range skill. That's not very high. We get 2 attacks per round because of throwing weapons. So like, I'm actually also like considering toolbox here. I wonder if I'd rather have toolbox. Arrow to the knee, pretty handy at preventing enemies from getting attacks on us at all. Also on like all these bros, I should be considering exploit opening if they have it as an option. Just a random thought. Or wait, maybe not all these. Hold on. I'll figure that out later. Okay. Bloxor, goodbye. Adios. Eagledub is the tip of the spear. Yeah, he's like the center tip. And adios, Tech Fiend. Thanks for dropping in. Thanks for queuing up and getting a bro here in the action. So yeah, I mean on Eagledub, let's see. I could grab fast adaptation, but let's see. Expected value for final range skill is actually basically 71 after we allocate this point. He will be surrounded by at least 4, often more, with strength in numbers, often 5 or 6. Odo-sama, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. One presumes you were playing Battle Brothers, and what's the conditions of the current run? I don't think I'm caught up on the current Odo-sama verse. But yeah, given what I'm doing with this bro, like, he's just doing just a cultist run. Hey, cultist runs are fun. Cultist runs are fun. Cultists are already like enough of a twist on the gameplay, you know? So, works pretty well. So yeah, if I did do toolbox, it lets us do arrow to the knee, overwhelmed, which honestly, given how much we are pumping melee defense and never letting enemies get reach advantage against us, overwhelmed is one of the few ways that this squad has of lowering the enemy's hit chance against us meaningfully. Yeah, Call Me Fate, that is part of just Hardened, though there is a similar mod for vanilla called Background Attributes and Ranges, BAR, that you can find. Headshots with blunt type throwing weapons applying staggered is pretty sweet. That also does apply to the bolas. Throwing attacks will stun the target if already staggered is pretty dang cool. Now, opportunities for stagger. We will be getting perhaps some of that from, boy, where are they? There they are. Broad Metallic 2, who may be able to stagger enemies, right? Through offhand training, one of the net perks. So when we stagger an enemy, then from the sides, we could have Eagledub throw a bola and stun him, which is pretty good. Hammers still stagger? Yeah, two-handed hammers will still stagger. I don't know how many two-handed hammers we're going to use. Maybe not that many. Net stagger stun, gotcha gasm clap, yeah. Well, the other thing too is that, like, so situationally, even if Broad Metallic 2 doesn't use the net, let's say, I don't know, we attack instead. We might, right? In those situations, we might do that just to stagger specifically. I don't know, maybe it makes me want to grab Angler, but yeah. The ability to stun with Toolbox is pretty cool. Does Repel stagger from polearms? Yeah, sure does. Sure does. And the banner does have Repel now. Didn't used to in vanilla. And that's pretty legit. All right, we are going to have a bro using the banner eventually. I think we're going to need the resolve on some of these bros. Some of these bros that we're going to have be like proper frontliners aren't going to get the stats they need from strength and numbers, but we are going to need to give them some resolve. So thinking about it from that perspective of we're going to have the banner, not on Eagledub, but on someone. meaning that the opportunities for staggering will be higher. I mean, this is just so good. Toolbox is just really, it's just really nice. And the extra bag slot, I think, kind of does matter to us. Kind of does matter to us. So if these are our 10 perks, then I guess I grab student. Is that right? Hold on, this guy has to grab bulwark, right? No, maybe he doesn't. Isn't there a shield perk that staggers with the push? Oh. Yeah, line breaker. Yeah, but I'm not going to be taking that on anyone, I don't think. But yeah, I mean, it does make it stagger, which is interesting and cool. I don't know, fast adaptation is also just like, sometimes you just like to hit the enemy, right? Hitting the enemy is pretty good. And if we get one fast adaptation stack, I think the multiplication from entrenched probably applies in the same way confident does, where it increases, it also multiplies like flat increases. Line breaker, thrower, phalanx, frontline. Yeah, normal stuff, normal stuff. No, I don't know. I mean, this bro, we're only ever going to get up to like 71 range skill. What am I doing? I think I just grab fast adaptation. Even with entrenched, even with strength and number, even with those, our target selection is going to be bad because we're throwing stuff. We're often going to be throwing at shielded enemies anyway. Let's just take fast. We don't need to be too fancy. If you hit the enemy and they die, that's even better than stunning them. If you think about it. All right, so again, we're never going to take melee skill on this brother. I don't think we ever take melee defense. We do want fatigue, we do want resolve, we want hit points, we want range defense. We grab range defense here, actually. We're going to wear heavier armor. And we're going to want plenty of resolve. Don't think we need range defense with perma, shield wall, kite shield. Probably true, actually. Especially with 4 allies next to us. Giving us another plus 20 range defense. That's probably true. That's probably just true, isn't it? Now, they might still target him, actually. Because of Rally the Troops, I think they might. More than you might think. In any case, hit points is still good. Eventually, this is going to go down from 57 to 47 when you lose fat. Some enemies actually will still have some chance to hit him. I think we still just go hit points, though. Melee defense? Nah, he's literally never going to get engaged like any enemy in melee. If we ever have Igladub engage an enemy in melee, I think we've screwed up. No, he's not frontline. No. He's going to be the just fully surrounded so that he applies Inspiring Presence to the most possible allies is basically the idea. He's a buff bot. Yeah, he's just he's a buff, he's an aura, you know what? If you're doing bail runs and you got a paladin who's just supplying auras but otherwise literally uses no other skills, you still welcome them into the party, you know? So we're only going to get attacked by ranged enemies ever. So all we care about is range defense and hit points. I'm actually going to take the +4 range defense. Screw it. Like one opportunistic +4. The hit points will come. We skip the +3. We're going to be wearing heavy-ish armor, as much as we can get away with. As much as we can get away with. There's always some chance to get hit, so better to have HP to take it rather than change at 8%. Well, if we can change an 80% to a 5%, we absolutely do that over the hit points. Like, if that were the particular range of our enemy's attack against us, holy lord, do we take changing an 8% to a 5%. You know, you can think of that as practically double your entire survivability of both your gray hit points and your red hit points. However, in a lot of cases, it'll just be a 5% chance to hit us. Heinfeste. They don't hate us here yet. Oh, we didn't unequip stuff. Good lord, what am I doing? I'm so wasteful. But I think we can attack this caravan, and they still won't hit us. That's right, we may have spent a tiny bit of tools we didn't want to. Not yet. No, honestly, I think the the way relations take such a small penalty feels incorrect. Hardened is just a little bit too lax in that regard. I feel like as soon as you start ravaging the countryside, they should just hate you. In vanilla, it's maybe a little bit ridiculous how any transgression is considered an act of war. But okay, so I think what I'm going to do is we're going to scoot and shoot. We're going to back Foji just up to here. He's going to riposte. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm not going to attack with the 5%. All right. This guy might walk up just like to here and stab one of the shield boys, which I'm totally okay with. He did exactly as projected, and I'm totally okay with it. So do we just surround him and blow him up? He's got an armor we want. But we might just attack him and blow him up, most likely. Or we hit him in the head and claim his armor anyway. All right, before we go with Falsers and Tech Fiend, let's see what these two other Briggies do. They wait. stunned. The game makes me want to be greedy. No greed needed. Man, short swords taking enemies' heads off has been what you gonna do? Great. Okay. All right, we just try to do as much damage in the first half of the round as possible. I think that's going to be the goal. That's a lot of damage. Okay. Just barely got him fleeing there at the end. All right. Lovely. Did we start with these reach weapons? Yeah, we did. We did start with some good reach weapons. Is the mod harder than vanilla? I would, for this challenge, definitely not. And in general, I think once you've learned it, probably not. So, okay. So Fulio's leveled up. You love to see it. Foji is also leveled up, as did Broad Metal Look too. Oh, look at these level ups. They grow up so fast. All right, what do we take on this level and why is it 9 lives? I don't think we need to think too much about this. It's just what we do. You found the early fights against brigands to be more challenging, but you also haven't played in a few months, so you're making mistakes all over the place. True, I think the early fights against brigands are maybe just a little bit harder. I think that's probably true. But I feel like the easier fights against caravans makes up for it. All right, so we're grabbing 9. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So this is going to be one of the true point of our spear. So we definitely take melee defense, melee skill. And what stat do we take on this brother? 9 in his title. You know, we get the information on the status where we see the little cat, but without the tiny exclamation mark. That does tell us a little bit about the bro. So I don't think we need to. Was true point of spear intentional? When I said it, it was. When I planned it, it wasn't. Make of that what you will. Ooh, whoa, random thought I just had. Just now. This just occurred to me. The goblin spear is a spear dagger. We will, later on, be getting named items from goblins because they'll have champions. It just will happen, right? We will be getting a named spear dagger. So that's the only way to make a spear useful? I mean, well, it helps. Don't you have 2 dudes with long reach? Sure do. Well. And isn't there a stab 3 AP? So we stab 4 times because of Inspiring Presence. So 4 attacks. Well. Well. The weapon itself is lighter than a fighting spear? Interesting. On this level, I think I'll describe the resolve. 32 is really low. Feels right. Feels correct. Even though we probably will eventually grab Bulwark. Almost for sure. Okay. Broad Metallic 2. Man, would we want to grab Fruits of Labor on this brother? On our net boy? What sort of armor do we go on him? Boy, this feels like half-cooked. You see the run is off to a start. I have to watch the VOD to catch up on the build planning. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting... I think the build planning is actually super interesting. Build planning is super interesting. So, I don't hate Fruits of Labor even long-term on this bro. I think we're going to want all of these stats. Yeah, we're going to want all of these stats. So I think I grabbed Fruits of Labor. None of these other ones really appeal on this bro. Yeah, he's going to need Giga Fatigue. I mean, I'm going to grab Russia Battle with him. And so the idea there is like, you know. Well, the idea is obvious, right? It's a fatigue savings method. So yeah, probably melee attack, melee defense fatigue. And I guess we grab Battleforged. I don't know. I don't know how this bro stays alive. If we grab Battleforged, it makes me want to grab Brawny. I don't think the initiative's high enough to try to pump up for Flexible. I mean, we could grab Flexible just with lighter-ish armor. Net Executioner cool. I mean, kind of. I don't know. I'm more thinking like, unless you get the right package. Other bros often do the killing, right? Right? Without Dagger Mastery, you expend your AP. Executioner is still good, and I'm still going to take it, but it's not quite as exciting as I sort of initially evaluated it as I think about it more. Still good, though. Battleforge sounds like a worse Flexible on a Fat Maxer. I mean, but Flexible also sounds pretty bad. I mean, we mostly get it for the first clause and not for the second clause. And the thing is like, you can actually wear some reasonably heavy armor and still get a little bit of a benefit from this one, right? So even if you're wearing like something pretty heavy, right? Even like a 25 body armor and a 20 helmet, something like that. That's pretty heavy. You still get 15% less armor penetration damage from attacks. That's still pretty good, actually. Yeah, just stay away from hammers. Yeah, you can't let your armor get stripped. That's fine. I mean, this bro is not going to be one we're going to be putting in dangerous positions basically ever. He's going to be hanging back pretty far. So yeah, I mean, no matter how we cut it, we want fruits of labor. I'm just going to click that button. It makes me so tempted to grab the 5 initiative though because of the flexible. But we need fatigue too. Oh man, I don't know. Like the thing is this bro needs secondary stats so much just to be able to net that it makes me want to really pump his secondaries more than his primaries. Because also think about it this way. When you have an enemy you've netted, their defenses are substantially lowered, like dramatically. It's usually going to be an isolated target, so we're going to have reach advantage with Duelist. We don't need that much melee skill, like actually. We really, truly don't. And if we miss sometimes, we miss sometimes. And it's okay. Probably get away with only taking the +3s in attack and defense. It's kind of what I'm thinking. It's kind of what I'm leaning towards. HP fat and it level up. I mean, that'd be another way of doing it, right? Also, this is the one bro that will hang off the formation just a teeny bit. This actually happened last run, but I think it's kind of a coincidence. But then I'd feel pretty okay about grabbing dodge. Oh yeah, parry. Right, I marked parry for a reason. The idea there, or the hope, the dream, the goal, is that we can get some value from that. That may not even be worth if we only take the +3s and +4s. It probably isn't. I think 2 base range defense and no talent stars. I mean, I understand why I know why I put that there. Like, I understand what my thought process is, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think I get dodge, and this is going to be the one bro that like hangs off the formation just a tiny bit, not too much. He's going to be like hanging back anyway. I kind of think just like secondary pumping is pretty key. Battleforge probably more value than parry. I kind of agree. I kind of agree. Dodge plus rush of battle. Yeah, I mean, but it's more like get dodge value until we run up next to enemy and then get rush of battle value. I mean, that's fair. That also doesn't really jive together. Taking only 3s and 4s and parries, still 20 melee defense? It is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really not sure. This is the big wild card of the whole team in a large way, is how I'm going to use Broad Metal Luck 2. And it's a part that I'm not entirely sure of. I'm also not sure about Executioner. Just because he can do more damage, who cares? Right? That unit that he nets is gonna die. It's always pretty difficult with these kind of builds around initiative or range defense because you need to commit pretty early. Yeah, exactly. You do need to commit pretty early. You need to commit pretty early. You need to commit hard and early. Yeah, his job is to net, displace, set up, stay out of trouble. Exactly, right? That is his job. And so we're gonna have like our front line with our like wedge, with our phalanx bros in front. We're gonna have a little bit more phalanx just like hanging out the sides, with the ranged bros and polearms kind of nestled within. Broad Metal Luck 2 is gonna be really truly hanging off the back edge, right? And when enemies engage him, like it'll be serious, right? And he'll need to kind of stand on his own, and it'll be pretty important for him to be strong. But mostly he's going to be setting up those kills for other bros. I think we commit to initiative regardless of whether we have dodge. I think the way we'll probably have him positioned is we'll get the values from Rush of Battle and Strength of Numbers, probably not dodge, but still commit to initiative for the value to flexible is probably the way we do it. You could definitely build more net utility-oriented bros. Could be an axe bro for disarms. Good with Rush of Battle also. That's true, right? Bearded Blade. Disarm the target. Not bad. Are whips reworked and hardened? Using disarm is a little bit trickier because of crowded. If this bro had more melee skill and wasn't a drunkard, a whip would also be an interesting choice. Right, I do want to have a bro with a whip. I really would like that. But unfortunately, I don't think that's quite in the cards. The only bro who could maybe have that would be no one, I guess. Yeah, literally no one. But yeah, I mean, it would be cool. It would be cool to be able to have one whip bro with Cleaver Mastery. I think we just don't have the right bro for it. I mean, this would be potentially a good candidate because the idea there is when the enemy's next to you, well, I don't know. I just wish we had more melee skill. That's the thing. I think it does kind of sync with the net. And the reason I say that it does is you have the option to net when the enemy gets close, but when they're not, on a bro who's like, at least with the phalanx setup anyway, who's kind of hanging back, and you can still disarm from 3 tiles away, which is pretty good. But in this case, like with 50 melee skill, that's just not going to be enough. If he had more melee skill, he maybe could be, and we could potentially get rid of Drunkard. The thing is I found in the vanilla run here that I really liked the dedicated whip bro. It was really good, and it stands to reason it would be good in Hardened as well. I think there's situations where I think it's legit. Actually, hold on. Here's a cute thing. Technically, with offhand training, we can get a long-range stagger too. Whoosh. Kind of cute. I don't know if that is good. But it's cute. Long range stagger and Eagle Dub's toolbox done. Yeah, except that on Eagle Dub I opted to just go with fast adaptation instead of toolbox. I think that'll just be better. Yeah, it's a great tool to control enemy turn order. Now it is the first successful attack. And given the way we're going to be positioning this bro, hanging back a little bit, I maybe am coming around to that being interesting. And then we definitely don't do Executioner. I actually still think Duelist is fine. What you liked about the vanilla dedicated whip bro is that you could build him with backstab with fast adaptation and he delivers the value despite trash stats. I mean, strength in numbers is here. Fast adaptation's still here. I like the fatigue savings. I don't know if it's worth dedicating a good bro. I don't know that this is a good bro. I mean, we'll have a lot of utility with the nets, but I think the way I'm going to be playing this squad, this bro's going to be hanging back and have an awkward time attacking enemies ever. I don't know. I'm kind of convincing myself this might be worth investing in. This might be worth giving a shot. I really actually do think so. Given the way we're going to position him, I'm kind of okay with it. I think it works well with Fresh and Furious. I think it means we don't have to take Angler, because then we've always got something to do until they get next to us where we've got Rush of Battle. I think this is fine. Does Duelist apply without adjacent enemies? It sure does. And honestly, a 30% armor pen whip that gets double gripped, you can make enemies with like a little bit of armor still bleed. It might not be that bad. It might not be that bad. Could work as a cleaver fat newt with the way two-handed cleavers work. In a pinch, sure. I mean, I don't think we would do that. I think we would just swap to a big boy cleaver because of Duelist, but yeah, it's less than or equal to 1. Yeah, it's a very funny but intentional phrasing, right? But it makes sense, right? Because enemies attacking you with a two-ranged weapon, like a polearm. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted. I kind of want to try it. And I actually think fast adaptation is still pretty good with it. We could use a bro that is hanging back in this way. The bro's going to be hanging back anyway because of the way we want to use him. He's going to be hanging back anyway with the nets and enemies kind of looping around our wedge. I mean, I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. Maybe not. Would I want Fresh and Furious? Oh, maybe. It's kind of fun to maybe use. Disarm is still 5 AP. You gotta go watch VOD later. Well, all right, adios, Rufin. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna make him as a frontliner. We've got our Phalanx frontline. He's not gonna be part of that. He's gonna be like hanging back, taking the onesie twosies. Yeah, Fresh and Furious seems like it's probably correct. Unabro is gonna chew through fatigue, and who kind of like, you know, gets enemies in there, rocking and rolling, doing his thing, nets them, blows them up. And then, you know, nets him one turn, his allies blow up that enemy, and then what does Broad Metallic do the next round? It's a great opportunity to recover. A guy that can engage a melee? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he can, and it's really a waste of Drunkard. Like the damage. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll find a named cleaver this run. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, so given that, we actually like melee skill now. Right? Given that, I think we like melee skill. And I don't think I care about any of the other cleaver perks. Although, Mauler's still kind of interesting. I don't think we do it, but Mauler's interesting at least. But it's kind of interesting. I'd have to do the math. If I grab just like a regular whip, a regular Southern whip, and we've got 30 armor penetration and Drunkard and double grip, how much armor can an enemy have for him to still apply bleeds? It's like, it's not a lot, but it's not a lot. It's like something. I don't know what I'd have to sit and do the math. I think my intuition is I have no intuition on this, but my guess, without having any sort of like information, is something like 60 or 70 armor, which is kind of good. Making enemies bleed is really good. It causes a resolve check if you get enough. It lowers their morale. I don't know. Let's try it. Screw it. We're here to learn, right? We're here to learn. Orc Berserkers don't have a lot of armor. Yeah, there's a lot of unarmored or lightly armored enemies. A lot of the thug group of Briggies don't have much armor. Cutthroats don't have much armor. There will be targets. And the targets who do have armor, you probably want to disarm them. So, seems all right to me. Okay. I also think it's kind of cute that if we're going to apply stagger to our opponent, that we like for this bro to have pretty good initiative, right? So that kind of pairs well into flexible, giving this bro a defensive mechanism, defensive framework. So we'll grab like opportunistic +5, stuff like that. So do I even take the +4 hit points? Or do I grab 3 fatigue? Yeah, staggering an enemy at the end of the round is good too. I mean, yeah, that's true. It's an opportunistic +5 HP because of our fruits of labor. Yeah, I think the early stat level up, right? We've got the talent star and fatigue. We're mostly going to be putting points into fatigue. Let's just hit points on this level. I think it's good for this specific level, like level 2, right? Cool. All right, now on Foji. This is going to be our cute little front line between the ribs boy. And so is gifted part of this package? Exploit opening. Man, I gotta pee. Drink a bunch of water. Figure out, what do I want to do here? I'm not sure. All right, be back in just a second. I'm back. So one thing to consider here, I was just thinking about this with this brother. We will be using a dagger. Okay, duh. Daggers have really low reach. I think they all just have a reach of 1. I think even the Catal has a reach of 1. Is that true? Does the Catal have a reach of 1? I need my own like special hardened wiki. This is actually going to inform a lot. What's the answer? How much reach does a Catal have? Plot twist, Slurgy is not going to the bathroom, he's just face for the stream, while his wife is the true Battle Brothers mastermind, giving him instructions during the breaks. That's true. She is. There's a reason you haven't seen her. Maybe she's not real? She's real. How much reach does the Catal have? I'm going to assume it's 1. Is it? It's probably 1. It might be, it might not be 1 though. What if it's not? What if it's higher? Reforged has it at 1. I'm going to assume that wasn't changed. Got a Waterloo today? No, I'm just drinking out of my water bottle. I drank my coffee already. Happy New Year. Most all one-handed weapons have a reach of 1 hand. No. Wait, yeah. So, in this mod, there is a concept called reach, which feel like, don't get me wrong, Brewdog, that word is hard for me because I, in vanilla, think of reach weapons as having a reach or range of 2 hexes, and other regular melee weapons having a reach or range of 1 hex. However, it is its own separate thing in Reforged and also Hardened, which is different from how it works in Reforged. But I'm considering the reach mechanic specifically is what I'm focused on at the moment. I think it's reach is 1. Okay, let's just assume it is, and then I'll kind of tie in what I'm thinking. Even if, with Phalanx, we get an additional 2 reach from our allies, potentially 3. Let's say we have 2 enemies engaged against us, and we only have an additional 1 reach. Enemies are going to get reach advantage against us. I don't like that. That's very important that they don't. Kind of makes me want to grab maybe even Shield Expert, so that that's not even the thing we have to worry about. Especially on a brother who's going to get as good of melee defenses as this one. Very good melee defenses, in fact. Because what I'm thinking is, Between the Ribs is not so good right now on this level. Though maybe that's not even true. You know, even with a pocket knife, it's like kind of makes it okay. Yeah, so we definitely take the melee defense with the way we're going to use this brother. This is tough. This is tough. I don't know that we take a +1 melee skill. Maybe we do. But I'm definitely going to be taking the initiative on this brother. And feeling pretty good about even a +4 resolve. Let's do it. Are you banging your foot on it? No, it's my wife's throwing the ball for one of the dogs. And then when it bounces into the kitchen above me, it you can hear it. After thousands of hours, you discover webnecks can climb any difference in heights. They jumped your archers through a 3-story cliff. They can even do it, like they can glitch out in the arena, which is crazy. You have a great mic to pick that up. I mean, it's weirdly loud. If anything, a good mic would be more directional, but this is a large diaphragm condenser. You can't quite see it, but it's a Rode NT1, if you've heard of it. It's a pretty common vocal mic. That's right, she isn't real. She's a ghost. I don't know. I'm just gonna grab between the ribs now, and we're gonna use a even just a pocket knife on this bro. It's kind of interesting. If we get a good surround, it's like it's good damage. Let's keep moving on. Don't mind me, First Eisenholtz company. Just casually took out a caravan under your watchful eye. What you gonna do? Take a quick peek on this mountain. Well, there's Eisenholtz itself. Looks like there's probably a road going south there. They knew the caravan attacked us? That's true, they did. Herbalist Grove, Lumber Camp. So one thing we have not seen is any workshops. It seems like that matters less to us in this mod. Okay. We've got what might be the makings of a Briggy Alley here. Where's Holmwater? Right, exactly. I don't think we bother going north and east. I don't think we care what's over there. I think we want to keep going south. So let's just go this way. If it's a small enough group of like thugs, we might. Actually, that's probably Noble Army. This is probably some thugs. Briggies. 7 to 10 scoundrels. So a scoundrel is the thug of old. And the thug is like a new thing now. Seven to 10 is a lot. The thug of old, but never hatless. Yeah, never hatless. Never hatless. Yeah, scoundrel is the lowest tier of that category of unit. So it's like scoundrel, vandal, raider, highwayman. That might be the 4. Seven is not old though. I mean much. I don't want to fight him on hills. We do have a few bros with 9 lives now, which makes this feel a little bit more cozy. I don't know, it's pretty sketch. But it's not so bad. I don't want to fight him on hills. If that's our only option, would I still take it? Briggies are such a good source of like early game experience and crowns. It's pretty important that we take these kind of fights when they're safe. Is this safe? It's on the edge, right? It's on the edge of safe. Even the forest maybe wouldn't be that bad to fight them in. Maybe the forest isn't that bad because they have no ranged attacks whatsoever. We have range advantage with our single sling. They're going to run at us. The forest might present opportunities to create pockets where we're able to get really good surrounds. They don't have Pathfinder, right? So there's a lot of situations where they might move like 2 hexes and not even attack. I think we fight him in the forest. So let's get close. Equip our stuff. And take this fight. Okay. We have a bludgeon here too. Bludgeons are really good early, like really good. Hand axe also pretty good. Let's put the hand axe here. Scramus axe here. Are you winning, Slurgy? So far. So far things are going all right. Okay, we're gonna try this. I hope the train doesn't screw us over. This seems okay. So we've got one little death zone here. We can create a second death zone here. And then down here, do we just let them spill over? Because I don't think we're gonna get there in time. I mean, if we do, it'll be awkward. Like they'll have these high ground hexes. We don't get a better choke point, really. The sucky part about working nights is that none of the good streamers are on while I'm streaming. Fair enough. Okay. I think I like this. So we're gonna move like curse word up here. We're gonna get a couple shieldy bros here and here. A couple shieldy bros here and here. And one shieldy bro like here. It's a pretty big ask for that bro on top. I want to make it so that the reach weapons have access to attack this hex and like these hexes. I guess that's only exactly one spot. Okay. Maybe I move falsers all the way to exactly here. Or we create just like a catch, a little catchy zone. I guess it kind of depends on where they move. Regardless, we can put Broad Metallic 2 here. I like Cirkel's here. I like that a lot. I don't know if we're going to have Fulio go up or down yet. It depends on how they split. So we're going to wait there. Honestly, could maybe just have Tech Fiend hold this alone on the high ground. Maybe that's better. Now that I say this out loud, I kind of realize that probably is true and was always true. So Tech Fiend all alone, 9 lives, big armor, you know, broken arm muscles, shield wall. Definitely. Reach advantage against all weapons. No reason not to just simply go there. So probably we'll end up putting Falsers here, the Chaucer here. Then a couple bros like making a catch down on bottom. But let's just see where they go first. Okay. I mean, bottom is like nothing, right? They're not doing anything there. We see 6, so we know this is where they all are. So we're gonna get Fulio here, the Chaucer here, Falsers here. We're gonna bring Igladub up to like here where Falsers used to be, or is now, but Eldazari, I guess, will hold the bottom flank just in case anyone sneaks around, but only because there's really nothing else for him to do. So I'll move Eaglet up to here for now. So we'll get Fulio to here, another bro with 9 lives, you love to see it. And any reason to have the Falsers need to be here versus the Chaucer here, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, we've got the bros positioned pretty nicely. We'll have Eldazari run up to maybe replace Broad Metallic 2 in his current position here, but okay. Could have Mystic Nemo go here. Seems okay. Probably safe to go for a stun, but honestly, I don't think so. We're gonna be faster than them next round. This guy's dead. We just attacked twice. He's not dead if we don't hit him. There we go. And there was at least one Briggy that ran around the bottom part, so I am just going to leave Eldazara here to be ready to catch him. Okay. Alright, better. Lord, this scoundrel. What a scoundrel. How? Are you shitting me? He's gonna get 2 attacks in. These guys have 9, but good lord. Okay, he'll miss. That's nice. From a job? No one mad at him. Good. That's his job. You know, Mystic Nemo may as well save the tools. I don't even think we attack with the Staff Sling. I think we just back up so that we don't get in the way. Things are looking a little crowded up there, you know? Alright, the lovely thing about this is that this scoundrel's gonna jump over. You can play music with the instruments? Yeah. Duh. Of course you can. Nah. Yeah, new feature. Yep. As predicted, that guy jumped over. You may as well let this guy take his turn and run away before we blow up this guy. You're gonna hit him once. But then better stop. Very Briggy-like maneuver. Step forward, step back, step forward, step back. Nah, just dislocated jaw. Alright, and I think the other ones are gonna run away now. Yeah. Which I guess they get away. Hey. No damage taken, right? So, of course that was good. We got pretty blessed terrain there, though. Not as much experience as I would have thought. Still, crowns, tools, really good loot. Really good loot. Cool. Yeah, 10 tools. Like, the tools are the best part. All right. Falsers has leveled up. I can't imagine not taking Colossus here. Father Falsers has 61 melee skill. Nice start. Yeah. Yes, he does. Ooh, that's good. And this bro is probably going to hold on to our banner. So, and we're going to get 11 perk points because of Rising Star. Think of the student value. Think of the student value. Yeah, I think we just grab Colossus. I also don't hate small target. Even long term, I don't hate small target. Forged bro with no access to 9 lives. Forged bro with no access to damage reduction except from Nimble, which I'm not going to take alongside Battle Forged. At least I really don't want to. Think of how happy future Slurgy will be You hit 8 and you can spend 2 perks. That's true, but he may not plan on it and he'll be surprised, but not in a good way. Battleforged banner, stonks. Yeah, definitely. Bulwark. Yeah, we just grabbed Colossus. I'm gonna guess I just grabbed Resolve. It's interesting though, because like, something to keep in mind, a really weird quirk about the way this squad's gonna work. Despite the fact that I am gonna have Falsers use the banner, hold the banner, and just be one with the banner. Slurgy.exe got hung there a little bit. But he doesn't have Rally the Troops. So that's like a... He just doesn't have access to it. He's definitely not skipping +5 resolve, as you need more resolve than everyone to grant. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm just thinking like, it's something to keep in mind. Is there a better banner, bro? No. I mean, kind of yes, but we have a different purpose for that, brother. He's probably still always going to have less resolve than Eagledub. No, I don't know. I guess it depends on the armor we give him. So maybe that's not true, especially with Battle Fervor and Bulwark. Maybe that's not true. Yeah, Battle Fervor giving +10 or 10% more resolve. I love how our banner is a pessimist weasel. Also, random thought, but pikes are, for whatever reason, polearm spears. The banner isn't a polearm spear, is it? It's just a regular polearm. Anyway. It has repel, so we care about the melee skill and fatigue. I don't think we ever skip melee defense. I just kind of feel like I want the fatigue, but mostly because I want to be able to rotate, save lives. Rotation saves lives. And based on the way the formation is going to be like set up, there will be a lot of situations where we'll want to rotate twice to be able to rotate at all. And that sort of stinks, like a little bit. It's like a gentle amount of stinky, which would mean we need like 40 fatigue to be able to pull off that maneuver. It's kind of a lot. So I'm like a little bit tempted to not take the melee defense and instead grab fatigue. Could False just be a damage bro and just put out DPS while being Battleforged? It could. Let's go melee defense. Sir Kells. Gonna be another one of our polearm rotation brothers. And this bro is probably going to use a sword lance. So Death Dealer seems like correct. Soji was way too locked in there. I thought my stream froze. Oh, sorry. And we probably just grab Colossus. I can't imagine not grabbing Colossus here. We just grab Colossus. Yeah, we don't have any other tools of... Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to assume anything about our bros we recruit. Like, for example, assuming we get a tank. Let's not think about it. Do you have a superstitious brother? No, I don't think so. I don't think we have a superstitious brother. Oh, that's wonderful. I hate those events. The problem with those events, it's not that they have that high of a score, it's that they have a really short cooldown. So even when you put them on cooldown in like 30 days, hey, I'm afraid again, Captain. It's like, no, please, get over it. I guess I take melee skill on this brother, right? I don't think I ever don't take melee skill on this brother. They have a high score and a low cooldown. Isn't the score like 10? Maybe 10's kind of high. 10 or 15? I'm gonna grab the 4 hit points only on this level. That's a feels bad. With 50 days and 14 days cooldown respectively. 15 and 10. Boy, that 14-day cooldown for the Afraid event? Wow, that's really short. Man, when I said it was short, I didn't realize it was that short. Okay, Mystic Nemo is going to be a pure ranged brother. As pure as can be. And we're going to try to position him such that enemies attack him with their ranged weapons as he stands behind our chunky frontline phalanx. So no one's ever going to engage him in melee. That's just never going to happen. That's not how we're going to use this brother. Would we ever, in any circumstances, want to or be able to get our melee skill high enough to be able to attack like with a reach weapon? It only takes 70, right? So if we take only +3s, maybe. I do want to grab hit points as well. But I'm going to take the +4 fatigue at the moment. We're going to make this brother very hard to hit. But he's going to be a very high priority for them with Berserk. And relatively low hit points, etc., etc. Yeah, not skipping +4 fat on a bow guy, right? So, is that what I did? It is, right? I did range defense, fatigue, range skill, right? That's what I meant to do. If that's not what I clicked, I'm sad. And we're gonna grab small target. It's pretty good. Okay, Antiwian. Looks like we've got something here we can take. Oh yeah, full force hammer row. I didn't skip it? Okay, good. Full force hammer bro gets lots of value from exploit opening. Gonna be maxing flexible as our only defensive mechanic here. So let's go ahead and grab fruits of labor for sure. And ooh, definitely taking the tasty, juicy, and beautiful opportunistic +5 initiative. When we see this on this bro, we absolutely take it. There will be opportunities to increase our hit points in the future. So, not too worried about that. Okay, so we're gonna walk up towards these. Oh, we're gonna unequip stuff. Okay. Love the Kronk full force meme someone put on your Discord. Me too. Me too. So let's beat up on these peasants real quick. Actually, you know what? I'm hungry. And this is a good place to stop. So I think that's what I'm going to call it for the day. Now I will be back tomorrow at around 8 a.m. Central Time. I'll put the information in the Discord to give people some context for exactly when that will be. We're off to a great start. The team is off to a fantastic start, and I'm looking forward to seeing where we go with this one. May the full force be with you. Oh my god, that's incredible. That's incredible, Antiwian. More EU-friendly streams? Yeah. Just one. But yes, we'll get one. I'm gonna send you guys over to Ash Gaming Tales, who's doing a Divinity Original Sin 2 challenge run. Later Gamer, by the way, I missed the start. Are we still Dawnforge Champions or a new name? Oh no, we are the homeless hobos, the hardened hobos, the hardened hobos. And so, I'll be back tomorrow. Happy New Year, and until next time, make it a good one. Ta-ta.